各位现场的来宾，各位线上的朋友，大家好！欢迎大家来到2024艺术永续国际论坛第2天的议程。我是国立台北艺术大学研发长余国华，在这一场为各位担任主持人。其实本来这一场的主持人是我们的刘副校长因为他今天临时有一些不舒服，所以我来代班。但是我也非常开心，可以有这个机会跟几位非常优秀的年轻人一起参与这一场的论坛。那首先呢，跟各位介绍一下这场论坛的主题那其实我们昨天
I'm very honored to be able to host this session. Yesterday we had many experts talked about policies, like national policies and things that should be done for big institutions. But we know that in some rural areas in Taiwan or in the art sectors in Taiwan, we have many young people. They start to do sustainability actions. No one asked them to do so. It's just that they realize they have to do it themselves. And I believe that you also see some young people like them around you, and that will make the world more beautiful. So let's welcome today's panelists, Mr. Yuan Haochen, Alex Yuan. So please raise your hand, Alex. And Alex, he started his business in college, and he is designing the theater productions, and now he is participating in placemaking. And the next one, Xie Jianguo, Jeffrey. And he is a very good alumni of our university, and he is a very outstanding clothes designer. And because he thinks that everybody needs to wear clothes, and what he is doing right now, we think it's very, it makes sense, but it's very difficult. And then Mr. Yang Bodun. And Mr. Yang, his major is education, and now he's in a rural area called Zhongliao. He is promoting art in Zhongliao, and he assists them to do art crafts in that area. So it actually provides much more care to the rural area. You know that in Nantou, it has a lot of beautiful sceneries, and he has participated in a lot of animal preservations, etc. So if you want to Google him, you can search Xiao Ye online, and you will see him. And the next one, the last panelist, Mr. Thomas Zhang. So Thomas Zhang is running a musical instrument bank. We can give instruments to the music instrument bank, so they can rent or repair those instruments and rent it or give them to other people. So like 50,000 instruments can be reused and repaired. So he's doing music instruments circulation and recycling. And then Mr. Yang Jingyuan, he is the teacher of theater production, and he is one of my old friends. So we just, in this art university, we just show our expertise here.
Good morning, Professor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex. I'd like to share with you how Rich Studio learned from our 6 years of experience. Each decision is related, and every step we took has led us to here today. So I graduated here from TUA, so I'm so happy to be back. I don't get a lot of opportunities standing on stage or sitting on stage, so it's great to experience what actors feel like. This is my company, Rich Studio. When I founded my business, the idea is after graduation, I was applying for a program abroad, and I thought the art and cultural sectors or the market in Taiwan is very competitive, not many opportunities. What if I don't go abroad and I stay here in Taiwan and create some job opportunities? If I go abroad and come back, I could be an artist. But if I start building something here, would I be able to create more opportunities for the local artists here? And that's why I created Rich Studio. We started with theater. So I do stage design, right? And my classmates do woodworking. So basically, we provide one-stop shop services for theatrical production, all kinds of services. And over time, we started to build our client portfolio. Still, limiting ourselves to theater is very difficult. We could make some profits, but it's difficult to go further. What I mean is we cannot increase the pay for our employees. We cannot have enough funding to do more because there's a cap of how much we can earn. So we actually face quite a lot of challenges. Then we thought, what if we extend our work beyond theater? There are many opportunities. So we started to work on, for example, music festivals, design for exhibitions, and even escape room game design. So we started with theater, but we then expanded to other areas. Then we realized, wow, there is demand in the exhibition industry. We could do storytelling for exhibition areas. So there are all kinds of exhibitions on, veteran village, or culture and history, and this could use some design, right? So we started working for example, the Taipei Fashion Week, and every year we are responsible for the design and execution. So who is going to design, right? So this is our own workshop run by our very own woodworking experts and designers. We call them experts, but they're actually my classmates. We went to the same school in the same class. And through design, we try to incorporate more elements and make storytelling more rich. We are able to, through our education, identify which elements are optimal for our customers when it comes to exhibition curation. And we are the experts of design. And after these, we thought, could we also apply our expertise locally here at Beitou? So we opened a second-hand bookstore. In this bookstore, we have a section where we hold small-scale theater, and then we put on performances and shows with a very small audience in the beginning, and it has become an exchange event. We also run our own bar. So it's actually a complex where you have the bookstore, the theater, and the bar. So after these projects, we saw a need of prop rentals. So we started operating our own warehouse where we store props or scene or sets. We use waste materials to recycle them and reuse them to build new props. And then it occurred to us that design and production create so much waste. Many things are single use, and for a very short period, 2 weeks, 1 week tops, and then afterwards they're disposed. Or after the production ends, they go to waste, they go to the landfill. So we started wondering, how can we incorporate sustainability into our production and design? 2 years ago, when I was working on my thesis, my supervisor recommended this classic Theater Green Book, and I'm so honored to have the two founders here. Such an honor to meet you. When I was reading Theater Green Book, I thought, okay, UK is doing this. I want to do it too. And here's a guidebook. So I try to learn from their model. So here it says, in a production, 50% of the materials should be recycled and reused. 65% of the props, scenes, sets should be rented. And then I came up with my own definition. What is sustainability at Rich Studio? Basically, it's circular economy in the design and production process. So start from production to the final presentation. Each stage in the process needs to embody the idea of circular economy. We try to extend the life of materials. So it's very much based on this concept of circular economy. And here you see this is our quotation system. Many plants or factories in Taiwan would have a different approach. For example, this year they give you a quote like $100. Next year, the economy is bad. Okay, $200. But when you are a company of a certain scale, you need to optimize and have consistency in your system. So we calculate the materials, the manpower, the work hours we use, and we have a formula to calculate the quote for our customers. And it's all very science-based, validated approach to maintain that consistency. And I think we can do sustainability in the same way, right? We could precisely calculate, for example, the carbon footprint or emissions. So this is how we calculate unit of carbon emissions. For production, I probably would emit maybe 1,000 units of carbon emissions. But to do it in a sustainable manner, probably we could reduce the emissions by 30–50%. So if we can have the statistics, the numbers to show our customers and prove the efficiency to them, maybe we could change their mindset, right? They could be cost-effective and sustainable and eco-friendly at the same time. Here you see our sustainable supply chain, our own version. So 3 parts. First, internally, and then second, externally to the industry, and third, local management or operation. So internally, we provide prop rental services. And we use our props in a diverse way, not only on stage, but also in exhibitions. We use them. And this is another service we run, our own warehouse. So we rent a warehouse and start to store props. So people could come here to shop, to look for things that might come in handy for them. And industry-wide, okay, this is an example for the Spring Wave Festival, held twice a year. So we would always try to reuse the materials for the same project. We only need to replace maybe a certain percentage of the materials in the next production, and the organizer agrees. So that's what we do. The same project, but different thinking in the output by reusing the materials. And then across different projects, we try to leverage the same idea, right? To recycle, to reuse. And different props can be used in a very creative way. Or the same props could be leveraged in different projects. And you could see they're still very creative. They don't seem monotone. Then we started working with local cultural authorities to help them with their productions, to extend their life. This is what we did with the Kinmen local authority 2 years ago. It's still being used right now. So with the right mindset or with the right approach, many things could get a second or third life. So this is another example at the Ministry of Culture's Mongolian Cultural Center. Escape room game, another classic example. It's similar to theater. And we thought this space could be used for 3 to 5 years. And we can make it sustainable through conscious design. This is what I mentioned, the bookstore. This is the owner. And the bar. So this is actually a set we created 2 years ago and now renovated into a bar. And we thought about what to do with the sets, the scenes. And that's why we renovated it a bit, making it part of the pub, so it could stay with us until now. So this is a project using waste materials or corner materials from the woodwork. So everything is so after these learnings, these experiences, we started a Beitou Theater Festival. It's a small festival, and we try to showcase our learnings and their creative ideas we collected throughout the years. Some advertisement here. This year, we spent 4 million new Taiwan dollars to invite a Japanese artist group here to Taiwan. So previously I was in Japan and I learned so much from this theatrical group. And I thought maybe we could invite them here to Taiwan for more exchanges. And we've maintained this interaction for 5 years. So this year, we invited them to be here in Taiwan for this production. So we are building Beitou in our own way to embody sustainability in our own definition. And in the future, we aim to build Beitou into a township of arts, to instill that sense of arts and sustainability in local residents. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. 建国, please.
Good morning. My name is Xie Jianguo Jeffrey. My company is Kangguo Creativity, and I graduated from this university as well. And 20 years ago, I left the university. After 20 years, I'm on stage sharing with you my story. 20 years has just gone by. What a scary thing. So, my work is theater costumes. And when in our industry, we often encounter problems like having so many extra costumes because we don't have any place to store them. So we've encountered a lot of things like this. And I refuse people asking me to store costumes in our company because, you know, in Taipei we don't have enough space to store those costumes. Today, I'm going to talk about a project that I did during COVID. It's called Shining, a sustainable space for theater costumes. During COVID, I had this chance to translate the theater green book because the original text is in English. We have to translate that into Chinese, so the team asked us to help to clarify some terminologies. So I just being invited and joined the team. After the discussion, I thought that costume warehouse that's often being mentioned in the Green Book, but in Taiwan we don't have that. We don't have the costume warehouse. And this chapter just doesn't apply to Taiwan at all. But I remember that there is one sentence in the Green Book saying that whenever possible, we aim to reuse costumes instead of creating or purchasing new ones for every production. So we would like to give them a second time by donating or sorting the costumes after performances. And the two authors of the Theater Green Book is here as well. So the problems we encounter is that during doing a production, we don't have enough cost for costumes. People want like high quality costumes, but they don't give us enough cost, enough budget for us to buy. So it will be very good if we can build a warehouse to store costumes so we can lessen the burden of the production teams in terms of purchasing new costumes. So this is the project that I created. It's called Shining, a sustainable coexistence space for theater costumes. So I am a costume designer. I am a creator, but I also create waste. And now I want to recycle the waste. How do we find a balance between creation and waste? So now every time when I receive a new script, I will start to think, what materials or costumes can we reuse from the previous production? Or maybe we can do some adjustments. Maybe it's a dress and I cut it into half, so I can only use the skirt. So I'll just put the recycling concept into my creation. So when we design the costume, we will put the recycling concept in it already. And so for Shiny, we encourage people who come to rent costumes from us. We encourage them to make adjustments. Because some of the clients, they will come to us to see if they can just buy the costumes because they have to dye the costumes and make these costumes totally different. I say, it's okay, you just rent it and you can do like whatever you want with this costume. Because some of the theater people, like or movie industry, they come to us to rent people and they find like clothes that's really old. They are happy because they want old clothes. So when I am creating, during the creative process, I already incorporate the recycling concept into it, then that's a very good thing. Just recycle and reuse will be good for our industry for now. And in Taiwan, we have to have a concept. We have to know that our theater production, the performance period is very short, like maybe 2 times, and those costumes will be put into warehouse. Those costumes then becomes waste. But if we can reuse them, and for other productions, for example, like student production team, if they want like more quality costumes, they can come to us. They can find some like costumes with high quality. Because those students, they don't have money to make or to purchase those high quality costumes. But if they come to our warehouse, they can get quality costumes that they need, because we know that students, they don't have money, they don't have resources. It will be very good for them to reuse those costumes, because I was one of them, so I understand their needs. And I am a teacher in the university as well, so I know that for students, if you want to do a production, if you want to start your design, you can just come to our warehouse first to see if there's any costumes that you can reuse. And that helps you to keep your budget low. So what we are doing right now is that we'll collect costumes from some official productions, and then we will sort them out, clean them, and then add tags on them. Start from scratch. We'll just set a database with all the costumes are labeled, and we take pictures of them, and it's actually not profit because we only rent it for like 100 Taiwanese dollars. It's basically for cleaning only, and you know that it's really non-profit, so I'm kind of regret of doing it already, because in Taipei, if you need a warehouse space, then the rent is very expensive. So if you pay me like $100 for cleaning and we do all the cleaning process and the profit left, the net profit will only be like $10 in the end. So it's just a non-profit, a public benefit only thing. But because we're doing it, we get a lot of sponsors from like big production companies. Maybe they will give us like 100 costumes or like 40 boxes of costumes, and we give them like discount cards. And some of the people, they will tell us, no, you don't give us any discounts. I know that you have a lot of budget consideration. We'll just give you the costumes for free. Some of the people, some of the production company, they have their own warehouses, and they put all the costumes in the boxes. So clothes designers, when they need to produce, like they need to design costumes for a production, they have to go to their warehouses, and it's very hot there, and you have to sort the clothes out from the boxes and then fold it back and put them back to the boxes. So it's just like a really pain in the ass. So they will come to our warehouse because we've already sorted the clothes for them. And we don't take like new clothes like Uniqlo, that kind of clothes, but we take clothes with they have some special characteristics. For example, they reflect the era in like 1950s or 1960s, then we will take them because those clothes it has more potential to be reused. So we don't take strange clothes either. So we do recycling. It's because we want to reduce storage space for theater companies, and we would like to share the costumes with more users in need, because you don't have enough budgets already. You can save your budget and just put your budget in the places that it's more in need. Like we've produced a theater production this year, and we agreed with that theater company saying that we can reuse their costumes. So when I started to design clothes for that production company, I already collected some of the old costumes and design the costumes for each characters. And for theater companies, they don't need to rent warehouses anymore, because if they have to warehouses, then it's like forever. Because your things will just getting more and more. But if you don't start to rent any warehouses, then you don't need to pay at all. This is our warehouse. It's more like store shops, so you can just come over and maybe just see what kind of clothes you want. You know, some of the special clothes donated by an old artist, and like the military clothes or old suit, or like classical wedding dress, some antique bags. sunglasses or glasses, or wigs, hats. Why it's a coexistent, symbiotic space? That's because like in our industry, if I am making costumes, I would like to learn fashion design or vice versa. And I know each other, so we can gather them all together in our space. So maybe they can start different courses in our space. For example, like special cosmetic classes can be hosted in our space, because you are like everyone. We are already in this industry. We are working already, so we don't have time to like enroll in other courses of like special cosmetics. So if we can invite the people to our venue and to our space, they can have lectures for other colleagues to learn. Well, you can take a look at the pictures, and this desk will be moved out this afternoon because we have some metal truss that needs to be put here. So next week, if you come to visit our space, you won't be able to see this big desk and the big space, these big meeting rooms. But we think it's a good idea of having this symbiotic space. We only have 3 people working in our team, but we have to do a lot of things, and that's my presentation today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeffrey. Many audience online, you've heard Jeffrey and also Alex said mentioned about the Theater Green Book. That's Patty and Lisa. They are the authors of this Green Book. And in the afternoon, we will have another session dedicated to the Theater Green Book, so you can follow this information. And the next speaker, Mr. Yang Bodun.
Hi everyone, my name is Xiao Ye. We have a lot of space here. Maybe you could come here. It is an honor to be here. I'd like to share the story of my grandparents and me. So we have Gen 1 and me, Gen 3, and my kids, Gen 4. It's a story that spans across 2 decades. Well, this is Nantou in central Taiwan. Zhongliao is at the exact center. But tourists never go to Zhongliao because it's not popular. And my son was born last year, and the birth rate is so low that my son is one of the few kids born last year around Zhongliao village. I actually come from Taipei. So 20 years ago, my family moved to Zhongliao in Nantou because the environment is good. So my grandparents moved there. The family started building a life there. After the big earthquake that happened in the 90s in Taiwan, many women had difficulty finding jobs. So my grandparents founded a business that provided opportunities for these women. So basically here you see a weaving workshop for the grannies. Probably you won't find these bags attractive, but at that time they were so popular. We even exported them to South Korea. My grandparents were pretty much dedicated to also education. Zhongliao is in the middle of the gray area of being considered a remote village. And at that time, many schools couldn't find English teachers. There were not enough English teachers. So my grandfather actually, who is fluent in English, volunteered to teach English at the elementary schools there. Please take a look.
But
늦은 밤까지 아이들을 모아놓고 영어를 가르치는 랴오 사장.
This is footage
수제
from
가방으로 업계 인정을
South
받은 랴오
Korean
사장의 다음
TV,
목표는 지역 출신의
KBS,
국제무역 인재를
reporting
양성하는
the
일입니다.
story
젊은 인재들이
of
인터넷으로
Xiaoye's grandpa.
국제무역을 할 수 있도록 하기 위해서입니다.
种树10年就可以成就了，种一个人培养一个人要花很长的时间，也许这一代在我有生之年看不到孩子成长，成功。
I probably cannot live to see how successful they become, but I want to do my share in teaching them, educating them, helping them to become the person they want to be. English is a great tool. My grandfather is still alive, so probably he would actually live to see how successful these students have become. So 18 years ago, he started teaching students in a sheet iron house. But then there were more and more students. So my grandpa thought, why not build a classroom himself? So in daytime, he taught English. At night, he also taught English, like after-class programs. So I was very inspired. He got his EMBA at 75 years old. And I actually attended his graduation ceremony. How amazing is that? He is really an inspiration, a model, right? And he also brought some students to create a group to provide community services. Until this year, this program already draws 300 volunteers. This is a care camp from the Tonghai University. So basically, this group of students go to remote areas, teach them for summer. So if you sign up for this camp, you could get an opportunity to be an intern for an internship in Italy. So this is great. And so these are the students my grandpa taught. After graduation, I went back to Zhongliao, my hometown, and I wanted to continue my grandparents' legacy. And I love dyeing, the craft. So I identified some students who are not very interested in academics, and I taught them how to dye. And they said to me, like, could we incorporate the temple culture, like how we draw the spells, the Chinese version of spells? And I found that it's very interesting, it's very creative. They could tell their life stories through this craft and help them learn a second skill. So these are my top A students. And this student is very cool. And he once said, like, you drive a Toyota, right? let me dye a Toyota logo cloth for you. So it's very interesting, this type of interaction. And then we started our workshop. We grew the materials ourselves. We also do the processing. We developed it into a full course. This is a course based on tree barks. Very interesting. So we brought our students to exhibitions, attended market fair. We also put on this show in the forest, a lot of local events. Zhongliao is a place where no young people would want to stay. So we try our best to hold these events while attracting more young people to stay here to develop locally. When my grandparents were teaching English, you know what they use to attract these kids? McDonald's, the Happy Meals. So they would tell the students, if you get 100 or you can memorize a poem at the end of the term, you get a Happy Meal. That's a trick they use. So I actually work with McDonald's to draw these students to join our program, cultural exploration program, because food, what else is better than food to incentivize these kids? I also love music, but you don't get music often in remote areas. So why not creating music yourself? So with a very small budget, we created this music festival. And the local authorities saw this event. They said to me, maybe we could work together for future editions. And that's what we did for 3 consecutive years. This is a firefly festival. So we turn this place into a natural installation, combining nature and music. These are my friends from abroad. I invited them to do performing arts at this place. It's very beautiful and interactive and well received by the audience. So some posters here, and so this year the township invited me on another project, which is the Longshen Festival. So basically, it's a local ritual, featuring local ritual. This is my wife. She went into politics actually. But she didn't win. She wasn't elected as a township representative. But it was fun, and also led us to think about what can we do in addition to help the place. So here you see the timeline, all the projects we've done in the past. We think craft through education could develop into actually a local industry, a local sector. This is a lighting work made by my son actually. And then we started working on the lighting. We started honing our skills and develop different products. These are my students. So they were with me really from when they were so young, and then junior high, senior high, all the way till graduation. They've been with me for so long, and such a memorable time. The students designed these work. That was their original idea, inspired by their imagination, right? It's amazing. When they said, I think this could be blah, 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 that is successful education in my definition. Original ideas. And then their mothers were involved. Their mom said, wow, selling this lamp can make money, huh? And then their mothers joined. And then I started teaching their moms. So we work with these women in the local communities. And then the Farmers Association approached us. There are many women farmers who have a lot of time. So we organize workshops, teaching them how to make these products. So using recycled materials or, waste timber, earrings. Their creative ideas are just unlimited and so powerful. So these are some pictures of the women, the moms, and they become lecturers for future workshop or even university programs, actually. Sometimes we bring university students here locally at Zhongliao to teach them. So they are now all teachers. We now even provide tours for businesses. Starting from this year, we received a lot of invitations on art exhibitions. So with these moms, we organized so many exhibitions. This is one we did in Taipei. When you are there, you are so moved because you saw this boy from a little kid, and then now he's so mature, he's a talented, emerging artist. You are just so touched. And it's amazing. This is something they use with dyes and tree barks. So they collected the branches, they molded it into this piece of work. Our team, and then we also organize an internship program. So this year we have 2 students with different specialty. So they apply their expertise into the material, the tree bark, to produce artwork. And I think this is a great way to help people cultivate their skills while encouraging them to stay and develop locally. Every year we publish a magazine or publication. So this year we are going to feature their mom stories. In conclusion, lastly, I think the key to regional or local revitalization is education, yes, but then we need to expand it from students to women to engage more local residents. So starting from education, we expand the concept to involve everyone. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Xiao Ye.
I remember that the first time I heard Xiao Ye's sharing, I was very touched. And I often think that because I'm working in universities, how can we cultivate students into someone like Xiao Ye? So for me, it's like a test. Then the next panelist is Thomas Zhang. He is still a student in our university, but we didn't teach him how to do this project. He did this project by himself, and he started this project since 2016. Started from scratch. He now has scaled the project, and he has his own team to run the project. So let's welcome Mr. Zhang. Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Thomas Zhang. I'm very honored to be able to share with you my opinions here today. Well, I just realized that my slides are a little bit more like a lecture. This is my project, Ministry of Education Musical Instrument Bank. Ministry of Education funded our project. So other panelists, their funding are their own, but my fund comes from the government. So what do we do here? We are a matchmaking platform for instruments. So if you have like spare instruments, you can donate to the platform and we will match the instruments to schools that need them. So, who provides the instruments, like schools or like general public or legal entities or organizations? So, who will need the instruments? Well, that will be schools in rural areas and schools not in the city, not in the rural area either, because those schools, they don't have the resources from the city, they don't have the resources, the subsidies from government gives to the remote areas. So they will come to us. So you may be curious about what kind of instruments that we take. All kinds of instruments. So let's take a look from the perspective of resource circulation and sustainable development. You can see that instruments can be divided into like wooden instruments or metal ones or plastic ones. For example, like wood flute, you have to use wood treatment such as chemical preservation treatment, painting, etc., and that will cause environmental pollution. And you can see this is welding to the instrument, so it needs to use fire, and this is painting on a piano, and some of the painting process will cause VOCs. And some of the instruments, they are made by metal. For example, like brass instruments, and when you are treating them, you have to do polishing, welding, and electroplating. So when you are doing the electroplating, there are a lot of chemicals inside. If you don't treat them like in a proper way, then it will affect the water resources. And the water used for electroplating cannot be used forever. We have to change them as well. And this is tube. They are polishing tuba and the trumpet as well. Well, originally I prepared a video, but I think we'll just skip it for now because of the time. If you are interested in it, you can go online to search for McQueen brass. In terms of plastic type of instruments, those includes entry-level instruments and electronic instruments. For example, like when you first start to learn instruments, your parents will say, you don't need to buy so expensive instruments just for now. So they will buy some plastic, cheaper instruments. And this is the Ministry of the Environment. They have this announcement. And it says that like every month you can only have like 150 tons of waste, etc. And what we would like to deal with, what kind of problem we would like to deal with, is to reuse and recycle the instruments and also repair the instruments and increase the resource usage. And last year, we received 428 instruments, and there are 107 matched schools for us to give the instruments for. And sometimes the schools, they have to achieve. So for our organization, because our funding comes from the government, we have to hit some KPIs. So since 2016, we've already donated 4,000 more instruments and matched 2,100 instruments to schools, and over 20,000 students from rural areas, they have been benefited from these projects. So when we are matching the instruments with the schools, for example, like electronic guitars, if the rural area schools, they don't need electric guitars, then maybe like some city schools, we will let them have it. So all kinds of schools can come to apply for the reuse of the instruments. So these are the schools that we collaborated with before, and when they got our instruments, they could get like performances, and they won very good awards from music competitions. So you can see that Luodong Junior High School and some of the schools here, they are city schools, but most of them, they are rural schools. Well, some of the schools, they've already have their own band. So we'll just provide them with key instruments for them to go participate in music competitions. So in terms of education equality and cultural heritage, so we use this project to help people, to help students to compete with others. And this is Taiwan's Educational Fundamental Act. It says that all people, regardless of their conditions, we have to treat them equally so that they have the opportunities to be educated. So what we want to do is to eliminate the resource inequality. And also, we have offered some special courses to schools because nowadays many rural schools, they would like to incorporate local arts and local specialties in their courses so that they can attract more students. Why we would like to mention the art characters? Because if they cannot find any local specialties, they can just add like local art and like dances or songs into their courses. And art can also be integrated with technology as well. And art can provide a stage for students, and students can learn how to collaborate with each other and to go on stage to perform. And this is Yunlin County Township Elementary School. And we found that all of them, they are practicing unicycle club. And when they are in the 6th grade, they have to ride this unicycle to go around the Salmon Lake. And also, this is the Laomei Elementary School. They have a percussion band, and since we've donated instruments for them, they often win a lot of music competitions. And we also have to do responsible education. We will go to schools to give them lectures on music instruments maintenance, because you have to maintain the instruments that you received from us well, so that you can pass the instruments down to your junior students. And this is our brass lecture that we organized in Hsinchu's rural junior high school. So when we choose schools, we are not going to like schools in Taipei cities. We will go to schools in rural areas. If those schools, they don't have their own characters, maybe they have to be merged with other schools, and then it leads to a reorganization of school districts. So it increases the loss of population in that rural area, and eventually the school will be abandoned. So what we want to do in this project is to facilitate the resources sharing and the integration of education and public benefits. So this is advanced traditional Chinese music. If you donate instruments to them, you will get discount for their activities. And this is MIT Saxophone Ensemble. Their teachers also support this project as well. And we did a future picnic family day with Commonwealth magazine. And we introduced a string orchestra band from a rural school to come to perform in that event. And Music magazine, they have this children's classical music festival, so we collaborate with them. They have this charity booth for children to play, to do point collection, because some of the kids, they do not know what kind of instruments they would like to learn, because they didn't have the chance to touch those instruments before, and then we will provide opportunities for them to do so. And this is the connection between society, community. This is a school band, consists of several elementary schools from the northeast side of Taipei. And there is a Apple Foundation that supports them along the way. In the future, we would like to expand our impact and to reinforce our service and maintain service. And we would like to bring our technicians to them, to the rural areas and to the outlet islands of Taiwan, so that they won't need to send the instruments back to Taiwan, because during the shipment, the instruments may be damaged. And also, we would like to promote sustainable development and environmental commitment, so that we can connect people all together. For example, like the panelists on stage. So, in the end, I would like to call for an action. If you have any spare instruments, you can donate them to us, or you can check on our Facebook, follow us, and encourage different organizations and charity foundations to work with us to pay attention to the education in rural areas. And also, please take care of your instruments. If you have good instruments and then you don't need to use them anymore, just donate them to us. Thank you.
Thank you. So allow me to turn the floor to Professor Yang, Professor of Theatrical Design and Technology. Wow, what a wonderful sharing from these four panelists. I'm very impressed with the idea of music instrument bank. We could have banks for costumes, props, sets, right? I've done around 30 productions on this very stage, and I do sets, and I call myself the professor in here that is the best in producing waste. But years ago, I was being introduced to the idea of sustainability. And we follow the Western standards, right? So for the scenes, the sets, well, I've taught here for 22 years. Designers are very imaginative. Photographers, you know, they have these crazy ideas. But we have limited resources, limited storage. So we now here have these centers, these theaters, performing spaces, or dancing venues. We need spaces not only for stage, but also for storage. So when I started teaching here, I bought the very first container, which is just very near here. And later, I bought another 6 green containers for storage. Unfortunately, this is the solution we have to store the props and sets. Yesterday, I showed Patty to the costume place in the basement, and Patty asked me, "Do you have a database for this?" And I said, "Unfortunately, no. We still use very traditional or manual ways to log the data." From their sharing, I felt that sustainability cannot be achieved by one single person. We need so many elements together There are things that we can control, like the typhoon, like many other factors, but there are things we can control and put together. In a city, we don't have enough space, land, but in remote areas, I actually hate the term remote areas, what they lack is human, manpower, right? Talent. So maybe we could complement each other and pursue the idea of sustainability. Years ago, if you followed the industry news, there were many big fires, right? Destroying many big performing groups' assets, their warehouses. And after that, the MOC started a subsidy program or collaboration program for warehousing. And still today, we need so many warehouses. We need so much storage space. Previously, I was invited to an event, and I said that if we could have a warehouse like what Costco have, like a Costco for the theater sector, we donated stuff we don't need, and then any party who is in need of props, materials, they could go there, find the things they want, and rent them. Maybe we could run a credit program, a point program, or something, so that we can reuse and recycle these resources. A year ago, when we were also at the sustainability program, there is a program, Material for the Arts, based in New York. It was inspired by a charity cause to look for a fridge. But then, with that beginning, they developed a system to recycle and reuse the materials. And you could look it up on the internet. At that time, I thought, could we do that also in Taiwan? A small personal story. I was at a performance. I was discussing with a government official. And then I found that the person was not interested at all. He said, we need resources, we need land, we need space. Probably no. But I didn't give up. Like in my mind, I always had this yearning, this desire to build a Costco for the cultural and creative sector, for performing arts, a shopping mall for all the practitioners to look for recycled, reused, used materials. So I find the idea of instrument bank fascinating. So this is a small feedback to all the panelists. And I think we already have a few questions on Slido, so we would address them. But my question, actually, I have in mind, is this. We know the young generation, I mean like under 20s, very young people, when they are digital natives, right? They grew up with phones, tablets, and we know this is an era of AI. You see the popularity of Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA CEO. And now we could use ChatGPT or AI to write essays, to write reports. So do students today still need to learn? Would technology affect our idea of learning? I was so touched by Xiaoye's story of his grandfather teaching English. He got his EMBA at 75. But I don't know if we would see that ever again in the future. Will we still be curious to learn? You are all very aspiring young leaders, but now young people grew up in a very different context. So what do you think about this young generation? How do we motivate them to continue to learn and contribute? Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yang. Wow, that is a very broad question. I don't think we could end on time, but we have to. So we would have maybe a rapid fire round of questions. The first question to Jian Guo. For the Shiny program, the apparels, do you have a database for that? Like Shane?
Well, because we don't have enough staff, so what we do is just hand the clothes up and take pictures. This is just a database for our internal use, because a lot of designers, they will ask us, oh, do you have a website so we can choose the clothes on the website? Well, I have to tell you that you can just match the clothes your own, because we have so many of them, and you can just match whatever you like. Maybe like a suit, you can only take the vest away. That's okay. So what we do is like very simple. Just take photo and put it into the post system, and there will be a QR code. So when you need to pay for the clearing fee, and then we will just scan that code. So we will know the information of that clothes and when you should return the clothes. So because a lot of people will rent it for like quite often and for many boxes a time. Well, I didn't thought about where my budget would come from, and that's one thing that I feel regret for, because I didn't realize that there would so many costumes donated to us, because previously I rented a studio in Ximending, but because we didn't have enough space there, I changed the location to a bigger one, and now it's just like 2 years after, the space was packed. I don't know why so many people would like to donate all the clothes to us. Some of the production company, they even contact me saying that they would like to donate costumes in the Japanese era. And to Alex, so for making the props, making the new ones and use the old ones, the costs will be like approximately similar.
I think renting it and making a new thing are very different. Take the wooden box, for example. If we want to build it, we need materials, we need people, we need many things, right? From carpenter or woodworking to seeing painting, you need a lot of time and costs. So building something new, probably 6,000 NT dollars, but rent 200 for a week. So of course, if you are going to use it for a year, then probably make it, of course. But it's just for 1 week, 2 weeks, why not rent it, right? We also tell the customers that now for this whole set, of props probably cost you, right, 10,000 NT dollars. But I would recommend you could use these existing props, make some changes, and with this $10,000, 10 grand, you could actually do more. You don't have to spend all on props or sets. So that's how we persuade our customers. Many audience online are very interested about your revitalization program at Beidou. Where did you get these creative ideas? Have you ever thought about funding? From my own company, Rich Studio. So we are a for-profit enterprise. We can't make enough money at theater, so we do exhibition, curation, concert, festival, design, execution, and the escape room game design. So these bring in profits. So we have, I think, a solid business model that is sustainable. So whenever we have profits, we could put them into our own pet projects, right? Just to add that when I started Rich Studio, I wanted to create job opportunities. There's a term, the type B enterprise or social enterprise. So I see myself as a social enterprise. I channel our profits into things we are passionate about. The second-hand bookstore, the pub, the small theater. Well, the bar has 4 bartenders, 1 actor, 1 script writer, 1 dancer, actually. So I want to create more job opportunities, another source of livelihood for my people. And I want to help many more people. And actually, many TNUA students would frequent our place. So it has become another salon for ideas or exchanges. So I actually benefit a lot from this also. So this is a place for many possibilities, a job, an interesting conversation. And these are all I want to do, what I want to see and realize. Of course, I need to pay out of my own pocket. Like the Japanese group we invited. It's our own money. You need to make an investment first, and then people see it. So, and then people would want to collaborate and maybe provide you some funding. So, always with me, it's just do it first, and then you would see help and resources coming your way. Awesome. Yeah, still many people are curious about funding. So for the Zhongliao art, what's your funding resources? And a question about these students you take care of. Would you want them to stay locally or go outside, go to other cities? What's the first question? Sorry. It's really difficult. Like, I don't have a lot of money in my bank. I started it because I was interested in dye using plant fabric sources. So just out of passion or interest. And then Taiwan, there is a craft center, National Craftsman Center, or Craft Art Center. It's right in Nantou, where we are. So we started working with them. And if you engage in something that nobody wants to do, you become the only one. And then for anyone who wants to do this, they will come to you. So that's why a lot of local authorities in Nantou started working with us, provided funding. In the process of providing education, we see that, wow, okay, students are interested, and they could produce things, artwork that actually consumers, the public, like. So we try to put everything together and try to create multiple wins for local women as well. I think that's the value of education. So if you do it successfully, they might leave, right? They would go out to develop. So that's my second question. Would you want them to stay or? So I taught them for 3 years. In the beginning, I would want them to stay, right? To involve in relevant industries or teach in the local universities. But many of them come from poor families or dysfunctional families. And I don't have the money to support them to stay locally. So I thought that's why I expanded from these students to their mothers. So I would hope the students to go out to develop, to get more experience. When my grandfather got his EMBA, he said to me that it's a regretful thing that we are doing this because when we cultivate them, when we give them good grades, they leave. Because they are attracted by these other cities and compensation packages. So I always tell the kids, we're giving you this skills, this knowledge. If you want to come back, we are always here for you.
我想刚才金源老师提问那个问题，我等下请小野你来最后回答一下，好，就因为你在做的是教育。
Professor Yang just meant
就是我们常常说我们年轻人好像很内卷。
Said that a lot of young generation are not motivated.
线上有个朋友的问题是，你的乐器银行，你这样子从
and 仲杰 your music instrument bank. What kind of instrument is the most popular? What are some challenges you've encountered?
Well, piano will be the top donation in our project. Like there was a record of I received a call. I received 6 calls one day, and they all wanted to give us pianos, and also violins, because a lot of parents they would like their children to learn violins, and there are different types of violins, and it gets bigger and bigger. So they accumulate a lot of different types of violins in their homes. So in our schools, there are a lot of violins who will donate to us. Any type of instruments that you need, but you don't have enough of them, well, the Ministry of Education, they cannot purchase the instruments. They can only wait for the donation. So just those like marimba, those instruments that cost for like 500 to 600,000 Taiwanese dollars. For those instruments, people won't want to donate.
So, on the issue of the young generation, digital natives, the students in cities and in rural communities are very different. I have to say students in villages are, let's say, more naive. They're pure. Their souls are pure and innocent. So, there are students, of course, who are unmotivated, and the schools would send them to me, and then I would try to inspire them, encourage them. I think the problem with kids these days is the impact of TikTok, right? These short reels. But I think we can. Of course, I think phones are very addictive. But phones could be a useful tool as well. They could look it up on the internet using phone. They could look at the art abroad and give them inspirations and give them creative ideas. They come up with very imaginative names, very funny names, play on words. That's the results you get when they have phones, access to so much more information online. I've also taught city students as well, but I feel that students in the city are a bit unmotivated, or they are a bit cynical, let's say. They would say, what do I get from this, right? What's in it for me? So I would say there are two species. Two student species. It's different, very different teaching these two groups of students. If you are an educator, in general, students are cute, but there are nuances in between. Well, you guys, I believe you would find something you are passionate about, put time, efforts in it. You can also make the world a better place. So I think that concludes this session. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, the panelists and Professor Yang. We'll see you back in 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for coming back after the lunch break. So today, you see me here. I am Marita Huang, and I am your MC today. And today, we have very important guests with us. The session topic today is Theater Green Book 2.0. And we are very happy that we could invite Patty Dillon and to come to Taiwan to introduce the Green Book to us at the first forum. And then it inspired a lot of people in Taiwan, and we wanted to bring the theater Green Book, introduce that to Taiwan. And so today we have Patty Dillon and Lisa Berger here. They are the moderator today. So let's welcome them. Patty, he will introduce Theater Green Book 2.0, its evolution from Theater Green Book 1.0. And also today we have Shu Ling with us. Versa Liao, Secretary General of Performing Arts Alliance. And now let's welcome Patty Dillon to talk about globalization, localization, and optimization of Theatre Green Book.
We are going to make theatre sustainable. And you are going to make Taiwanese theatre sustainable. Yesterday in the forum, as we listened to discussion of policy and how slow it can be to work top-down through policies, through governments, to make change in response to the climate emergency, I almost felt depressed at how slow the process can sometimes be. But this morning in the forum, we heard from a group of 4 young Taiwanese cultural entrepreneurs who are actually doing it now, who are making change now, and both of us felt really, really inspired and confident and optimistic. Because we have to make change now. If you're in a flood, you don't make a plan, you do something. If your house is burning down, you don't just make a plan, you get a bucket of water to put the fire out. And that's where we are now. We are in a climate crisis. And a crisis is an emergency where you can't say, we'll find the solution next year. We'll find the solution in 2 years' time. A crisis is an emergency where you find the solution and you take action now. Why does it matter that we take action? Because the arts matter, because the arts are the reflection of who we are as societies and who we are as people. And if we can change the arts, then we can change society.
We've already wasted so much time. Paddy will often say he trained in the climate emergency 30 years ago. I've been working in theatre, in the arts, for the same length of time. At my old theatre, the National Theatre in London, which is the largest producing theatre in the English-speaking world, we had been making work on our buildings, trying to make our buildings more sustainable. But when I was asked in 2015, would I say that we would be climate neutral by 2030, I said, I can't answer that question. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it costs. I don't know how long it would take. And that was a bad position to be in. But now we do know what we need to do in the arts. We've got lots of data because, as you heard yesterday, in many countries, people have already been monitoring the carbon impact of what it is we do in the arts. And we've been able to reduce this to something that is much more manageable, and so we can start. So we can all start now.
And that's why we first made the Theatre Green Book, so that we as theatre makers of all different kinds, producers, directors, designers, makers, can make theatre green, so that we can work together to know what to do. And when we began to put together the Theatre Green Book, we knew that it needed to be practical. It's no good saying to theatre makers, you need to reduce your carbon emissions. If you're the head of a costume department, if you're a designer, how do you know what that means? So we brought together directors and designers to work out exactly what it means for all of us as theatre makers of different sorts to make theatre more sustainable.
We knew it had to be methodical. There's so many different aspects of theatre, from making the show right the way through to running the bar. So difficult, we thought, to know where to start. So many ideas, so many problems. So we said, let's break this down into 3 methodical areas. In our productions, we need to move from a linear economy, putting things on the stage, and into waste, taking the world's natural, rare resources and putting them into landfill after just a couple of performances. That's so wasteful. We need to be recycling and reusing. In our operations is everything we do in our buildings, how we interact with audiences and artists, our waste and our transport. It's always the same things. We need to reduce how much we use. We need to source what we use sustainably, so look out for sustainable suppliers, avoid using harmful chemicals, and we need to reuse or recycle everything we possibly can. And in our buildings, we need to insulate, so we need less energy to cool the building or to heat the building. We need to make the systems, the plant that drives the air conditioning, the heating, efficient, so that that uses less energy. Where we can, we need to then generate renewable energy, and through it all, we need to be supporting the earth around us, the biodiversity, using less water, so that we are responsible people.
That's all it is. We sometimes say sustainability is quite simple. Theatre, the arts, they're complicated, but the principles of sustainability are not. And those 3 slides contain sustainable theatre. The rest of the Theatre Green Book and the Taiwanese translation, which Marita and Vera have been so brilliantly working on, give you all the detail, but that's the basic. It's not that complicated. But of course, as we all start to make those changes, to learn, to improvise, to make mistakes, and then try again, we need to measure how we're doing, because this isn't an overnight change. There's no theatre in the world which can be net zero sustainable tomorrow. This will take some years. It's a transition. It's a journey. We're not trying to be perfect. We're trying to be better. And we need to measure our progress on that journey. The Theatre Green Book sets up 3 steps on the journey to net zero. And advanced, the highest step, is net zero theatre. Perhaps it'll take some theatres some years, many years even, to get there. But the first step, basic, is possible. It asks you to make changes. We know we have to make changes, but they're possible changes, and there are theatres that we know all over the world which are now working to basic standard, and that means that they are meaningfully sustainable. They're not perfect, but they're on the journey, and they know what the path forward looks like. And through the Theatre Green Book, we've set up a system where theatres can certify where they've got to on the journey, to share it with their stakeholders, their artists, their audience, their partners, their funders even, so that we can all share together what this journey means.
And the final thing that we learnt from Theatre Green Book version 1 that we've taken through to version 2 is that this has to be collective. There isn't time for everybody to be working this out for themselves. That diagram shows how we're already working with a number of different theatres who in their turn are supporting other theatres in their nations or locally. One of the early versions of the Theatre Green Book that we made was with people in Denmark who are already working hard. That's Paddy and I talking at a conference that went out to Hong Kong as well. It's by all the time sharing ideas within local networks, also nationally, also internationally, that we can get the best ideas together and that we can move at pace. It's the thing that theatre does very well. We're really, really good at co-producing, at using networks, at taking ideas and developing them. We're so nimble, we're so creative, we can really, really take this forward as an idea. And this shows how with another network, we've said we'll start off with 9 theatres. At the end of year 2, we can take that to 27 theatres, because we'll take another 9. And the initial lot will also mentor other theatres. And then you keep going and you keep going. And this is happening already throughout the world.
And that's how we're going to make change. Not one theatre at a time, but by collaborating, by sharing, by using this common language, by moving towards sustainability together. One of the most exciting networks that we've worked with is the European Theatre Convention. It's the biggest theatre network in Europe across some 65 theatres and 31 countries. And by talking together in every one of those theatres, in every one of those countries, we found new expertise. We found the same with some of the opera networks we've worked with. And there are now Theatre Green Book networks or translations appearing all across Europe, more and more around East Asia and the Pacific Rim, and even across in America as well. What matters about that is that if we have a common language, then we can learn from each other. Just today, in some of the conversations we've been having, we've been learning about really exciting ways of rethinking how we design and make sets. That's something we can share across all the Theatre Green Book networks. On Monday, we're visiting a puppet company in Taiwan, because we can really learn something from them about sustainable puppet making that we can share with puppet makers across the world. With a common language, we can learn together, we can collaborate, we can move forward together. And that's why these translations, which can be a lot of work for those of them who are doing it, are so valuable, because it means that you as theatre makers are working in your own language and you're taking ownership of this challenge alongside the rest of us.
And we also understand, of course, that we have this framework, this common language, which can be used and understood internationally by theatre makers, by leaders in organisations, by policy makers, but also it needs to be adapted for the local environment, maybe for the local theatre discipline. We were really recognising this even within the UK. To start with, the opera people said, but we're different. People working in dance might say, but we're different. But actually, when you start to explore these things, the general principles are the same. The general principles within the Theatre Geek Guidebook can apply to everybody. What we need to do is start to make local adaptations. And we realised this extremely early on when the DTHG in Germany. Germany's a big, big theatre economy. They have so many opera houses and theatres, and they wanted to translate the Green Book and then to adapt it so that the language fits with their way of making theatre, still holding on to the principles, still using lots of the detailed guidance, but just making it feel comfortable for the theatre makers in their area. We understand that things are a bit different in Taiwan. Renewable energy, I know there's less of that here than there is in the UK, but that's the same in Germany and in Poland, and they are already thinking of other ways that they can work. Storage is clearly going to be a problem here, but you know, that's also the same in London. And in London, we're starting to think about how we can not actually physically store items, but connect people digitally, or how the larger organisations can really open up their doors and help the rest of the theatre ecology in their area. And that's a really important thing. Holland, we've also been speaking, and they've got a really thriving network going, connecting both the largest companies and the smallest companies. This is also relevant for policymakers as well. Through the European Theatre Convention, we've connected with the EU. this is all of us at a conference in Apoli, organised for the European Theatre Forum by the European Theatre Convention, which came up with some very strong recommendations about how culture can move forward towards sustainability. And this is really a very strong thing that we can see how, working at ground level, we can start to reach policymakers.
And it's working. We, both of us, feel very pessimistic about many things in the world at the moment. It's easy to feel pessimistic about the transition to climate neutrality across most places and most sectors. But this is working. Theatre is changing. The Theatre Green Book started long before we even had the name of the Theatre Green Book, as a Zoom call between about 6, 7 friends in the COVID pandemic, when we were all sitting at home, as you were all sitting in your homes, and we'd all just discovered Zoom, and none of us quite knew how to work it. But we got together with some friends. And the question we asked ourselves is, why are we changing so slowly? We all feel passionate about the need for change. We all love theatre and know we have to change. And yet, though we talk about it, we're not really changing. And it was from that conversation that we started to dig deeper into what we needed to do to help theatre makers change. And it wasn't just about personal commitment. It wasn't just about policy from the government. It wasn't about money. We get some government support now, but for a long time, 3 years, we didn't. We did it ourselves, and we worked out what it was that we would need to do to start changing, not to become perfect, but to start that journey. That was just back in the autumn of 2020, so just 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, UK theatre was exactly where Taiwanese theatre is today. And in that time, we together made the Theatre Green Book. It wasn't just Lisa and I who wrote it. We had sustainability experts, we had theatre makers of all kinds bringing their expertise, their knowledge, their insights, the things they'd tried that had worked, the things they'd tried that had been difficult, discussing what's possible, discussing not just what each person would need to do differently, but what they'd need somebody else to do differently if we were going to change these systems, because this is about systems change. So we made the Theatre Green Book, and it started to spread immediately because it's practical, because it's methodical, because it's measurable, because it's a collective, a shared endeavour that now includes all of you as well, just from the conversations we've had here in the last few days and over the last few months. And almost immediately, we were contacted by theatre makers in Germany, in Denmark, and elsewhere. And quickly, we got to that model that this is an equal network of networks, where we're all working and sharing together. And the networks have spread internationally. And where we are now, in the autumn of 2024, is with theatres and theatre makers really across the world using this common language, teaching us, inspiring us, being taught and inspired by us and by each other as well. And already we know from theatres we've worked with in the UK and across Europe that there are big theatres making big, complex, ambitious shows to Theatre Green Book standards. That means shows that are meaningfully sustainable. All of the shows on that screen were made to Theatre Green Book standards. Everyone in theatre can list the problems. We can all do that. Of course, change is difficult. Of course, there isn't enough storage. Of course, there isn't enough time. Of course, there's no money. This is theatre. And yet, by working together, by applying creativity, we have made change, and we haven't compromised the art that we all care for. We've continued to make great shows across the world in more sustainable ways.
And we've got a pathway that we can see that working together, working collectively, applying the recommendations from Apoli, that it is possible for us all to get through to properly, meaningfully, sustainably within a relatively short period of time. That rather detailed Gantt chart shows how from just 6 months ago, by making progress through different networks, we can take lots of theatres right the way through to advanced by 2030. The crucial thing is starting. That's the big thing. Overcome the fear, just start. And that has to be my final message to you. Just start.
Now, in every country, you must decide your own timelines. Every country faces different pressures. Will it be easy to make the transition to climate neutral theatre, to sustainable theatre? Not always. No, there'll certainly be things that are difficult. We know that. It will take courage and creativity and integrity to make this journey. But courage and creativity and integrity were exactly the qualities that we saw from the 4 young Taiwanese creative entrepreneurs who spoke at the forum this morning. They were ready to take responsibility for what they do. Jeffrey, a stage designer, came up with the wonderful line, "I'm a creator, but I know that I also create waste." He took responsibility as an artist for learning how to work differently. We saw them thinking how they could change their creative practice. Alex and his business, Ridge Studio, were rethinking the whole process of design and making and how they fit together so that they can reuse and recycle more. That was incredibly inspiring to watch. And they're reaching out to create the new relationships and collaborations that are necessary to sustainable working. We need to work together if we're going to make this happen, and they were already doing that. Courage, creativity, integrity, those are exactly the qualities that make great theatre, and that's why we're both really optimistic that we can make theatre sustainable and that you can make Taiwanese theatre sustainable. Thank you very much.
谢谢，非常谢谢。
Thank you, Patty and Lisa, for such wonderful sharing. So they shared their why for Theatre Green Book. Actually, since 2022, our very first edition of the forum, we know that COVID was very terrible for the theater sector, not only in Taiwan, but the states all over the world. But Theatre Green Book emerged out of the ravages of COVID. Yesterday, if you also join us, you would hear sharing of Natalie Highwood, Julie's Bicycle. So starting from 2008, Arts Council England worked with Julie's Bicycle to promote art sustainability and the concept of sustainable theatre. So from 2008 to starting from 2022, we saw Theatre Green Book. And the theatre landscape in UK has standardized, transformed their ways of work, and now shared their knowledge system via Theatre Green Book to the world. It is very inspiring. And allow me to say a few words about the Taiwanese version of Theatre Green Book. So when we first met Patty, when we talked to him in the first year of the forum, we were so inspired, so touched by the way he shared, the passion he showed. I first knew the term Theater Green Book from our National Concert and Theater Halls homepage. And then in Taiwan, many people and groups started working on the translation of the Taiwanese version. Vera from PPA and Jin Cheng were also at our first forum. And after the forum, Vera told me that the National Kaohsiung Performing Arts Center called her and said, should we have a Taiwanese version? And they said PPA, who else is better than PPA to do the translation, right? At that time, I think there are already 3 versions of Taiwanese Theater Green Book. So we only need one person or one group to consolidate, and that's what PPA did. So as Patty said, we need to adapt locally, right? To adapt the Theater Green Book to local practices. And UK has 20 years of experience, but we started only in 2022. So in 2023, PPA started when the theater in Taiwan was was not familiar with the Theater Green Book. And now Vera will share with us. Sorry, yes? Not yet. Sorry, I'm not the second. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, Vera will share with us the Taiwanese Theater Green Book. We have another speaker coming up before. So Lisa, please introduce Raquel.
Inspiring story. We are going to hear another inspiring story from Raquel Castells, who is International Relations Manager at the Teatro Arriaga in Bilbao, in Spain. Raquel, as well as being passionate about sustainability herself, is also on the board of the European Theatre Convention's Green Committee. Raquel, to you to hear your story.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this forum and our theatre. As Lisa introduced me, I'm Raquel Castells, and I am here today as head of International Department and Sustainability Champion of Teatro Arriaga in Spain. And I'd like to talk to you about how we are using the ETC, the European Theatre Convention Theatre Green Book, as a tool to guide us in our transition towards sustainable practices, to become carbon neutral, focusing in the scope of productions. Can we see the next slide, please? So to give a little bit of context, Teatro Arriaga is a publicly funded theatre located in the heart of Bilbao, a city in the north of Spain, in the Basque Country. We produce our own works and host international, national and regional productions. We operate with a team of 47 people, including technicians and theatre staff. We do not have an ensemble, and we hire artists for each of our productions. Next slide, please. Our artistic director is European Culture Award winner and internationally acclaimed Calixto Vieito. And under his leadership, we produce between 2 to 5 productions every year. Next slide, please. Since November 2022, Teatro Arriaga has been a member of the European Theatre Convention, a network, as Patty and Lisa presented, is a network of close to 70 public-funded European theatres. And shortly after, we joined the Green Committee. whose main goal is to guide theaters of the network in implementing sustainability strategies to become carbon neutral by 2030. Next slide, please. At Teatro Arriaga, we had already started taking actions to become more sustainable in our practices in the past. However, like many other theaters across Europe and across the world, we were doing it intuitively, combining common sense ideas with budget-driven decisions. But with the ETC, with the European Theatre Convention and the Green Book, we joined a focus group that was an initiative led by the ETC and the Renew Culture to put together 9 European theaters in a pilot project to test the Green Book, the version of the Green Book that the ETC was doing. For a year, we held monthly online meetings combining workshops, talks, and discussions, and that help us navigate the Green Book and implement its guidelines. I must say that having the opportunity to discuss and exchange ideas was extremely helpful, as it provided us with the time and the space to share our concerns, our expertise in different areas, and to learn from each other. Next slide, please. Regarding using the Green Book, well, we, after reviewing with our team the Green Book and going through the Green Book at Teatro Arriaga, we decided to start with the productions volume. In the winter of 2023, we began working on the production of Orgia, which was our first conscious, sustainable production. We conducted a couple of internal workshops to get all the staff involved in the production process familiar with the Theatre Green Book and with the measurement tools. And we also created an internal code of conduct and guidelines that we now share in the very first production meeting with all the people involved in the production, in-house and the people coming from outside. This ensures that the artists and technicians coming to work in our productions are aware of our sustainable approach and can take into consideration our vision and to be applied in the artistic process. Next slide, please. Following Orgia, we work on a theatrical adaptation of Festen, which gained national recognition and was shortlisted in 4 categories for National Theatre Awards. It also toured regionally and nationally. And in the winter and spring, the past season, we worked on 2 more operas, Guridi, A Magical Bidaya, and Saturalan. Out of these 4 productions, we achieved advanced results in terms of sustainability in 3 of them, which placed Teatro Arriaga at the intermediate level in the sustainability certification of productions. Next slide, please. But now let's focus on the production of Orgia. This project, directed by Calixto Vieito, marked our first conscious effort to produce in line with the Theatre Green Book guidelines. Our initial aim was modest, to achieve basic certification, which is that requires that at least 50% of the materials used on a stage have to be previously employed, and 65% should be reused after the production's international tour is over, preventing them from ending up in landfills. With these targets in mind, we set out to ensure sustainability across key areas of the production, including sets, wardrobe, and props, while still meeting the artistic demands of our artistic director, who was responsible for both the libretto and the stage direction. As the production progressed, we not only met but exceeded our goals. In terms of sets and scenery, 100% of the materials that we used came from our warehouse or second-hand shops. In terms of wardrobe, 62% of the materials also came from previous productions, with an additional 39% undergoing a small alteration. That means that we use fabrics and textiles that we also had, and we modify them for this production. Similarly, the props and furniture achieve a remarkable 100% reuse. And these excellent results reassure us and encourage our team to continue our efforts towards a greener model. Orgia, which is our co-production with Teatro del Liceo de Barcelona and Festival Peralada in Spain, premiered in June 2023 and received high praise, including being awarded the best proposal for new contemporary lyrical creation at the 6th Opera 21st Awards in January 2024. This recognition reinforced our belief that sustainability can be integrated with artistic excellence. The production is currently still on tour, but once it concludes, all elements of the production, of the scenography, will be stored in our theater's warehouse for future in-house productions. And this experience with Orgia proves or help us realize that Teatro Arriaga was capable of marrying high artistic standards with sustainability practices and setting up the foundation for future productions to follow this path. Next slide, please. So looking back at our experience with the Theatre Green Book, there are two important lessons that we learned and that I'd like to share with you today, and that I think are very radical on the one hand, but are on the other hand accessible to all of us, and that are, I think, the key to succeed if we decide to use the Green Book, the Theatre Green Book, or to engage in transitioning into a sustainable way of practice. The first one is time. Time to get to know the Green Book and the tools it provides. Time to learn to use it. And it's not difficult, by the way. Time to engage your team. Time to think and find alternative solutions to the challenges that adapting to a new way of working poses. Time to organize during a schedule that makes sense in terms of carbon footprint and personal agendas, for example. So we need to make the time. Next slide, please. The second element is changing the mentality and the way we work. Next slide, please. We need to shift towards a more collaborative approach. Paddy and Lisa already mentioned this. We need to put aside our artistic egos and find a way to, without compromising the intellectual property, be more cooperative and work together, sharing resources, elements of our scenographies, sharing knowledge and ideas. Next slide, please. And I'm getting closer to the end of my presentation, and I'd like to insist on the fact that we need to find a way to start making this change towards a greener way of working. And one way to lose the initial fear and resistance that I've seen in many theaters in the past years is to collaborate. Working with your peers, creating work groups, being part of a network of theaters that share the same concerns and challenges will help you to find your answers and start making progress in this transition. The Green Book, we find, is the tool that will guide you, and the network and collaboration will help you to walk the path. And learning from collective experience has helped us enormously. Next slide, please. And just to close, there is really one more thing that I'd like to say. It's very simple. We need to commit to find a way to be more gentle with the environment, and the Theatre Green Book provides, in our experience, a very, very good guide on how to approach it. It is easy to use, and it has really made our theatre organize our idea. It has helped our theatre organize our ideas and our efforts to change the way we need to change to work better. So there is really no excuse not to work more sustainably. Now we know how to do it. And I think that's all I had to say for now. Thank you for listening, and I'm very happy to answer your questions when you have them. Thanks.
Thank you, Raquel. When ETC launches its a version, they're doing some pilot runs, right? They are one of the teams.
Green Book, which Lisa and I were working with Teatro Arriaga, Raquel's theatre, and 8 other theatres across Europe all of last year. And the ETC Theatre Green Book was launched at the Festival d'Avignon this summer, last at the beginning of July. And the rest of the ETC organisation is now starting to work with it. Like the Taiwanese Theatre Green Book, like the German Theatre Green Book, it's very similar to the one that we use in the UK, but it's not identical. It's adapted itself for ETC members. So it's available now for the membership.
So Raquel's experience is their use of ETC version, right?
That's correct, but the versions are quite similar. So, for example, there are members of the ETC in Germany, and they could use either the ETC Theatre Green Book, which is in English, or the German version of the Theatre Green Book. The principles are the same. And with Vera will be talking about this, I'm sure, in your speech. But when you adapt the Taiwanese Theatre Green Book, we'll make sure that the basic principles stay the same, even though, of course, there'll be details that you need to change for Taiwan.
I think ETC as a network has a program which says all the members should be at preliminary by Christmas, basic by the end of 2025, intermediate by 2027. So it's as a membership association supporting, but pushing people forward. And Teatro Arriaga is at the front of that movement.
It's also the Arriaga's first time to introduce the Theatre Green Book, so that's very valuable sharing. I'm also happy to see Raquel is very generous in sharing their insights and experiences, and let's work together, right, to promote and support Green Theatre Book. The PPA actually made a lot of efforts in localization. In the process, they organized so many workshops, engaging all the stakeholders in the theater to discuss, to brainstorm. I believe Vera has so much to share. So without further ado, please. Hi, Marita. Hi, Patty and Lisa. Thank you for having me. And PPA is very honored to have this opportunity to produce the Theatre Green Book for Taiwan and really building this common language here for the Taiwan market. So the art and cultural sectors in Taiwan are dynamic, vibrant. Here you see around 90 art, cultural institutions, theaters, art venues spread across the island. And there are around 300 cultural organizations of varying scales. So if we could all pull our resources together and work together, it would be amazing. And in Taiwan, we have public venues like national theaters. There are also idle performing arts centers or venues. So some older ones can date back to 50 years ago. The National Theater and Concert Hall is 37 years old right now. And many of the organizations are not production houses. Venues and teams, when they work, they have their own approaches. And as Marita said, when we were translating, compiling the data, actually many venues already got their version of translation and were very eager to introduce the guidelines in the Theater Green Book. Many of them are aware that they need to start the journey, or many of them already have existing sustainability practices. So allow me to share with you some case studies. Take National Theater and Concert Hall, for example. They are really the leader in sustainability. And they continue to replace legacy equipment, have some recycling programs for water, for energy, and continue to monitor the results, the outcomes. And this year, the concert hall became the first theater in Taiwan to be verified by SGS. And on the lower picture, you see the press conference in sharing the GHG assessment results. They also have requirements or guidelines for suppliers to go more sustainable. This is Taichung National Theater, and they have internal and external approaches. And they have this green transportation program, a green transport program. So internally, they would use a thematic production, focusing on the idea of sustainability or ecology. And they would have someone dedicated to execute the green theater concept, supporting creators in their work, to recycle the materials, and to connect different stakeholders. So this is one of their program with the theme of sustainability. For National Kaohsiung Center for the Arts, it's down in the south. It's quite hot, so AC is their focus. So they make many adjustments. They actually reconfigure their wiring so that they could reduce the need for HVAC systems. They also encourage the use of public transportation, providing many incentives for the public or the audience. They are in the south, and they have this long-term program to work with local artists. They also do outreach programs and performances to develop local theater talents, especially technical talents. Here you see many local festivals. Yesterday we heard the sharing from Taidong. Actually, across Taiwan, there are many local festivals. Many local authorities or organizers now adopt this program to do curation or production locally and focusing on designs that are detachable, modular, and easy to transport. And these would help the teams, the productions to be more sustainable. So this is a camp built by Focasa, so a circus art festival. Below, it's a stage built by boy platforms in a wetland. Very creative use. On the right, it's a dancing troupe. So using the existing space to as a stage. So how does the performing arts sector in Taiwan respond to the Theater Green Book? As I mentioned, we held many consultation meetings, workshops, engaging all the stakeholders, around 60 and 70 stakeholder representatives working together, sharing insights, different ideas, and how the Theater Green Book can be applied in their own field. Theater is a teamwork. So we review what the team needs, what kind of capacity building programs are needed. Of course, incorporating ideas such as equality, inclusion. In recent years, many venues have gone paperless and have developed their energy conservation measures to reduce waste, reduce energy consumption. The adoption of renewable energy, as mentioned, is not yet mainstream here in Taiwan. So we need to adapt parts of the Theater Green Book in this regard. The government has also set guidelines on temperature control, which is good. And now let's look at the status quo. So how do government and the public view the Theater Green Book? How do we ourselves look at the Theater Green Book? I think this is our consensus. Theater can and need to create output value, and we need to create that cultural impact. However, there are some challenges. The industry has expanded, but revenue has stalled. In addition, there exists a talent gap or skills gap. So sustainability presents this new opportunity, this new target that creates so many possibilities. It would give us an opportunity to change how we distribute resources and the power dynamics in the sector. We could leverage our expertise, and everyone would have an equal say. Many discussions are about infrastructure and support measures. So support measures would be something like how do we cultivate more talent, like carpenters, designers, who are sustainability minded, and how can policymakers and industry stakeholders work together to adjust ways of production and touring. For storage and productions, as Patty said, storage is their pain or headache too, but there are many creative solutions, sharing platforms. So for us, it's important to pour our resources together using maybe like a digital platform to share resources to make it more efficient. In the future, we also hope to have something like a one-stop production process, so we could be sustainable from the source, from the procurement all the way to design and production. And we hope in the future, every team could do R&D, could do production on a tour scale to think long term, to recycle the materials. But that takes time, and we understand. When we adopt modular design, we need to also recognize the characteristics or of each type of production. We have to respect that. And the next is manpower, the limits of human resources. Over the past year, we realized that everyone wants to do it, but then we are resource restrained, or we are limited or confined by some rules or regulations. So it's important before you do anything to align internally, to have a consensus and set goals in different phases. As the Green Theater book, you have 3 stages. And we need to spend time to identify the resources at hand and what we need. We also need to consider how we build a talent pipeline to reach the goals we want to achieve. Ways of working. We need to change our thinking when it comes to budgeting. So we need to include more time, more buffer, because we want to plan sustainable materials, sustainable procurement. So that traditional or conventional thinking needs to change. We also need to have more open communication to build more network and leverage the power of long-term partnerships. Many of the stakeholders mentioned the need of non-hierarchical, cross-discipline, open communications. And partnership is key to more sharing and synergy. This week we just experienced a typhoon. And really extreme weather events pose a risk of sudden cancellations for performing arts events. And we are facing this pressure to adapt and transform. But we need to know that consciously using limited resources is not a restriction, but rather a form of preparedness. This is like an insurance policy for ourselves and the environment. The private sector actually has done a lot. We have different art and cultural groups are going sustainable in their own ways, coming up with efficient storage or warehouse systems and maximize the reuse of materials. Or they've gone digital. Or, for example, inspired by Green Theater book, all the props on the stage are second-hand materials or used before in other productions. And on the lower right, you see the canvas, recycled materials, reused again for a new production. As many speakers have mentioned, in the UK, starting from 2018, with Julie's Bicycle, with Art Council England, and then making sustainable reports a criteria for receiving national funding. And here in Taiwan, the MOC has done some work. The industry has been mobilized. So a sustainable theater in Taiwan is now within reach. And we hope with more resources from the government, we would be able to work together and achieve more. In terms of policy and regulations, the stakeholders we work with say they would hope to see more subsidy programs covering areas such as production, administration, technology, green equipment rental, space operation and management, etc. And maybe we could use idle venues or venues that are not in use currently as warehouses. So here you see the revenue of performing arts groups here in Taiwan. 50% are from public sector. And on the right, you see expenditure. New production and old production redone occupies or accounts for 55% of the expenditure. So we hope in the future we could invest more resources on human resources or talent development. So here you see many groups have done a lot of things. We just need a checklist to identify what we've done and adapt the Green Theater book according to what we have in Taiwan. In terms of policy, we need both carrots and sticks. We need some pressure, but not too painful. And Green Theater Book 1.0 is like vitamins. You know it's good. And 2.0, there are checkers, there are other tools. It's like a diet, right? Recipes your dietitians have given you. You have rules to follow, and that help you quantify the targets, gives you more motivation, a better sense of direction. And in Taiwan, we work very efficiently. So we hope that more organizations, theaters, could be efficient, very active in signing the Green Production Agreement and become our partners in promoting Green Theater Book 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was fantastic as a description of what you've been doing and where you're going. What a brilliant introduction for the Taiwanese Theatre Green Book. We are in awe of the amount of work and commitment and passion that you and people at the university here and in other theatres across Taiwan have put into this journey. It's just so inspiring to see it. And I think in what you were saying, one thing that I thought, that's exactly right, that's fantastic, is that whenever you were identifying the long-term problems for the transition, not things that will stop people changing now and reaching basic, but further down the road, what's going to stop us going all the way? For example, the talent pipeline and storage. You're already starting now to identify them so you can plan for change. That foresight is just really inspiring to see and makes me all the more confident in where you're going here in Taiwan.
Thank you, Vera. We're going to move on now. We have some other panellists who are online, and I just want to introduce them so that we can make best use of the remaining time we have. Gemma Swallow, who is Head of Production in National Theatre of Scotland in Scotland, and has been a huge and a very important part of the Theatre Green Book. Celia Grau, who is Head of Sustainability for Opera Europa, working internationally, not just in Europe, but all over the world, again, driving sustainability initiatives. And Chris Mercer joins us from Australia. Chris, with his colleague Grace, is leading the Theatre Green Book Network in Australia.
So thanks, really nice to see all of you. This is part of the Theatre Green Book family, joining online from various different parts of the world. Gemma at National Theatre of Scotland, and for those of you who don't know, the United Kingdom is made up out of 4 really very different nations: England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. The National Theatre of Scotland is where, as Lisa says, where Gemma's head of production. And you were real pioneers in working, particularly in making productions sustainably. When we were making the Theatre Green Book, we learnt so much from what you'd already done. I was wondering, Gemma, what do you think that introducing the Theatre Green Book to your working practice, which was already very well advanced, what impact do you think that had? Oh, Gemma, I'm not hearing you. Are you muted? Or is it a problem here?
I'm so sorry, I can't hear anything anyone's saying. It's very, very distorted. I'm unable to hear what you're saying. I do apologise.
Then, Gemma, why don't you log off and log back in, and we'll move to a question first for Celia. I'm going to go straight to a question for Celia, and Gemma, hopefully we can sort out the technical challenges of speaking with you. So, Celia, you're really well used to working through Opera Europa with a very well-connected, large network of different organisations. I wondered if you could talk for a bit about just what you've learned of the power of networks to help create change.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. So, yes, indeed, I'm working for Opera Europa, which is the professional association for opera houses in Europe and also beyond, as you were mentioning before. This network was created a little bit more than 20 years ago because of co-production, actually. So because of collaboration of opera houses. Some opera houses thought it would be interesting to get together and to have some spaces for peer exchange. And that's how it all started. And now we have over 230 members, mostly in Europe, but not only. We have a few members in Asia, actually. And yes, it's been, I believe that the fact that you can see that we passed from, I think at the beginning it was 20 opera houses, and after over 20 years, a little bit more than 20 years, we are counting over 230 companies and opera houses with very various sizes. You can already see how important it is to collaborate between opera houses. I think that the fact we are our main activity is to organize some spaces, as I was saying. So 2 conferences a year, and then also specialized forums for our members, where they can exchange. They can have some space to talk, like we are doing right now, and also receive some input about case studies from all over Europe. Now it's been 3 years that we have started the Sustainability Forum, which is very active. It is a transversal one, so it is not only the technique, because a lot of technical departments had already started to work on sustainability. Now, this is a very transversal one. We are meeting online regularly to talk about common challenges, issues, and also present solutions. And yes, this is we are trying through those online sessions to bring people together and, again, create a space where they can exchange, collaborate. I think I would say this, I would leave it to this for now.
One of the things...
I hope I respond. Yes, please.
One of the things that's always really impressed us when we've been working with Opera Europa is the way that you foster peer-to-peer learnings, that heads of production, heads of workshops seem to have very strong groups where they're talking directly to each other. Was it hard to make that happen, or did it happen quite naturally?
I believe it happened quite naturally. I wasn't there 20 years ago, but from what I see, it started really with the technique and maybe also the financial part, because these were the two very important parts for co-production. And I know the technical part best, and the people are still very... they have very strong relationships. They have built up those very strong relationships, also personal ones. But each year we are organizing a new forum in presence, and each year you have this this very active heart of people who are coming, who are joining every year. And then another part of the group is new, and they really integrate the whole group, and we try also to keep in touch during the year. It's very simple, just through a mailing list where people can ask their questions, and someone can ask, well, I don't know, I need a solution to work with fire on stage, for example, and the colleagues can respond from all over Europe to give some responses.
Celia, thank you. And we've talked a lot about productions, but it would be interesting also to hear about operations and buildings. And Chris, can I turn to you and ask how you've been adapting the Theatre Green Book in Australia?
Yeah, of course. I think I might just start by just echoing what you've said, Patty and Lisa, throughout the last hour. I think for us it was really important in Australia to have this international framework because it enables collaboration and sharing of knowledge, just not within our region, but internationally as well. So for us, we understood that Australia has a really unique ecological landscape, and there's a number of nuances of theatre terminology, but also we have a diverse range of suppliers as well. So our first step was really to meet and take the lead and take the lessons of how the Theatre Green Book was first established. So we met with organisations of various scales in multiple different cities, but also regionally as well, and got their feedback and ran them through workshops, got their insights and their perspectives, and that enabled us to tweak and reshape the Theatre Green Book slightly to make it more fit for purpose for an Australian context, and then worked with the National Institute of Dramatic Art, Australia's leading kind of dramatic tertiary institution, to see how that could work with their students. And they've really employed the Theatre Green Book, and it's a core part of their curriculum now.
So that sounds like, in a way, the same kind of relationship that Taipei National University for the Arts has with the process here. Getting education in as part of the conversation sounds really important. Gemma, I think you're back online and able to hear now?
Yes.
That's great. So the question that we were asking you was, at National Theatre of Scotland, you were real pioneers in this. You were working sustainably, particularly in your productions, long before the Theatre Green Book came into being, and we learnt a huge amount from you when we were putting it together. What impact do you think, as you look across the UK, and you're of course now a very central part of the UK Theatre Green Book, as you look across the UK, what do you think the impact of the Theatre Green Book was in making change?
But what you want to say, a lot of us have sort of been working in this way for various reasons, because of sustainability or financial reasons. We use a lot of our equipment and resources.
Can I just stop you, Gemma? I think we still have a. Is the Mandarin translation okay? Or no, we can't really hear. So I think we're going to go back to some other questions. And again, if we could try and fix the technical issue, we'll come back to you, Gemma, afterwards. I don't know what the issue is, but perhaps we can try and fix it. So I'm going to go, Raquel, to you. And Lisa was saying that it would be good to hear a bit more about buildings and operations. You were focusing on the fantastic work that Teatro Arriaga has done with productions, but we know that also in your buildings and operations, you've made fantastic progress as well. Was it easy for you to get the whole team at Teatro Arriaga involved with this and working across all parts of the Theatre Green Book?
Well, to be honest, at the beginning, I found a little bit of resistance because I think in general we all are overloaded with work. And when we first approached the idea of turning into different ways of working, not only in productions, but also tackling operations and building. I mean, not the building, because the building we have already worked in making it more sustainable, but especially operations and productions. At the beginning, I faced resistance, but then, so it took me a while and some diplomacy to have them to listen to me. But after that, and especially after we succeeded with the production of Orgia, the whole team was very much open and to go deeper into what it meant working more sustainably. And then we gathered together, we held several meetings, we invited you, you came to visit us, Lisa and Patty, and that was also very important. And it changed the mentality of the people and of the whole team at the theatre. And now, yes, we are embracing fully this transformation. Operations, I mean, it's a big thing. We are still on. I mean, we already made a plan for the next 7 years that we review, what we are in the process of reviewing now to see if it's realistic regarding the deadlines that we fix for ourselves. But yeah, we are now, I guess having the Green Book, and I know this is very obvious, but having the Green Book there with all these charts and all these spreadsheets that we can use, it helped us organize all these ideas, and now we have a plan. So this is good. This is very good.
I know we've had a couple of questions in from the audience, and one of them is, how can you persuade people how to start? And this is a really interesting question. It's something that comes our way quite a lot. Perhaps if I kick off and with my experience, and then we can throw it open if anyone else on the panel wants to come in. I think for us, you always hope that people will get it. They'll get that there's a climate emergency, but we recognise that there's a lot of fear. So. Or panic, or not knowing where to start. So being able to work systematically also helps. Talking about the climate emergency certainly helps. Setting those deadlines. We know those figures of how temperatures are rising. I think we have to recognise that working in theatre, there are huge financial pressures wherever you are around the world. Vera talked about Taiwan increasing costs, maybe audience income not holding up about that. And it's also true, if you recycle and reuse, if you think about your building and your energy consumptions, there are definitely financial savings here. And finance directors will often recognise that those savings are going to be really helpful. And it's a very good way of maybe getting attention from people at the top. I think also, though, that there will be a growing sense, the younger generation, also people who've been working on this for a long time, getting quite frustrated and seeing that if organisations can start to embrace sustainability, this is really a way of breaking down hierarchies and starting to move forward so that it can be seen that the leadership of an organisation is really recognising that there are new ways of working, and the new ways of working are very creative and very collaborative and are just going to improve the art.
And I was wondering, Celia, I know in your organisation, Opera Europa, there's a very large number of members, and some of them are very committed to sustainability, and others are not really interested or have not begun yet. What do you do as lead on sustainability to try and spread the interest from the committed organisations to the newer ones?
Well, I believe that organising those online sessions that are quite accessible can lead to create at least some theatres can understand that it is a topic in some parts of Europe or in some theatres. And so, you know, having this very direct exchange of what can be done also quite simply can motivate some theatres to start also on their level. We are also doing our rather bigger conferences, which are usually gathering general directors, to give a stage to sustainability, to invite people who talk about what they're doing or what is done already. And so also what we try to do there is to target general directors, because as this is a big change in a theatre, there is a need of having the commitment of the top management. So we're also trying to target this top management during our main and bigger conferences to try to make them engage also with the topic. So on those both level, on the I don't know if you can say operative side during the online sessions, and on the top management side during our larger conferences.
In a minute, thanks so much for that. In a minute, we're going to have one more try with Gemma, and we're really keen to talk to her, partly because she is a fantastic and experienced advocate for sustainability, and partly because it's very, very early in the morning in Glasgow and she's got up to join us. But before we do that, Vera, I had a question for you that came out of something that Celia said earlier about creating direct conversations between, for example, heads of production in different theatres, producers in different theatres, so that theatres are learning from each other. Is that something that you think the Performing Arts Alliance is able to do among theatres in Taiwan?
Many productions have their own teams, and especially they would have this deep connection with the executive producers. And PPA, we focus more on art administrators or relevant training. But on the issue of if it's about technical, we know some teams are already holding organizations, like Raquel mentioned. As to how to motivate people, based on my experience, we would ask stakeholders, like, when you are resource strained, what are you going to do? And many groups have come up with alternatives. But many people would say something like, because we don't have money, we have to blah, blah, blah. But I think we should change that thinking, right? Change the narrative, to have these discussions and acknowledge what we have already done.
Let's just quickly try Gemma again. Gemma, can you hear us, and could you try speaking back to us if you can? Thank you.
Hello?
Can you try speaking again? It's not very good, I'm afraid. So I'm really sorry not to be able to connect with you, Gemma. I hope there might be an opportunity for you to connect with Taiwan theatre makers again. So perhaps we'll finish with a last question, Chris, for you. One of the things I remember you saying in an early conversation was that although the UK and Australia, of course, share English as a language, in many other respects, the challenges you face for sustainability in Australia are completely different from the ones that are faced in Europe and the rest across most of Europe. And I remember you talking about the challenge of touring in Australia being particularly difficult because of the distances, something that we don't face so much particularly in Northern Europe. And that's an example of somewhere where the Theatre Green Book needs to be adapted and changed and improved. And so how are you setting about that kind of challenge, for example, for touring?
That's a really fantastic question. And I'd have to give credit to the industry, because I do think the industry is doing some really great work in this space. Now people are starting to get a much granular understanding of what are the emissions related to travelling via different transport modes. And people are making meaningful choices about not only the way they construct their tour, so what is the most efficient way to tour around the country, but also the type of transport modes that they take. So once upon a time, the thinking was really centred around aeroplane travel, but people are now starting to think of what does it look like to take a bus, or to engage with a coach company to look at those legs in a slightly different way, but also how they manage their freight as well, and what can be picked up locally, and how can you build those relationships and those partnerships with the companies or with the organisations and the performing arts venues that you're touring to. So it's become a really nuanced conversation, in particular in the last 12 to 18 months. And I'd give a lot of credit to the industry for starting to really take the lead on that. And in particular, the regional performing arts centres who have really come together and had that conversation with the major bodies who are doing the touring. So yeah, it's definitely a very live conversation, but we can definitely see some really great outcomes, in particular in the last 12 months.
And I hope you're going to feed them back to us once you start to reach conclusions so that we can share them across the networks.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's the joy of this network. Like, you really do feel like you're part of a community, a really live community, not at the Theatre Green Book, but also in the educational conversations as well. And often find myself in great conversations with drama schools all around the world, as well as with other arts organisations. So, my hat's off again to yourself, Paddy and Lisa, but everyone in this network, because it's only as strong as these conversations. And really grateful, and it's quite inspiring to see the work happening all around the world.
Thank you, Chris. I know we need to wrap it up now. So I want to say thank you very much to our Theatre Green Book family for joining. Gemma, really, really sorry we couldn't bring you online, especially after your early start this morning. Thank you, Raquel, Celia, Chris. And also just reflecting how much we've learned just in this short conversation. I mean, as always, I feel I just want to sit here and keep talking more and making more connections, because there's so much we can already hear is happening here in Taiwan that we would want to feed back to other colleagues. But Paddy and I, we really, really can't close here today without acknowledging the huge amount, Vera, that you're doing, and also Marita, because it's really stunning. And just thank you so very, very much for all the work that you're doing in this area in Taiwan.
我们其实非常非常谢谢。We are also very grateful to Patty and Lisa, because you've set this model in UK. You are the pioneers. I'd just like to take this moment to share what happened during lunch break. In the morning, we had 4 young leaders in Taiwan, and 2 of them said they are inspired by Patty and Lisa. One of them runs the Shiny, the project. And during lunch break, we had lunch together. I wanted to take a picture. It was so touching. Their English ability suddenly spiked, you know, from 0 to like 50. They could use English to interact with Patty and Lisa, and Jianguo was so happy sharing the production or the costumes, like sharing all the details with them. I think that's our why, right? It makes me so happy, because you don't know when you are the lighthouse of some others' ideas. Sometimes what you say, one sentence, one movement, one action just inspires so much more. And you too are lighthouses.
Going both ways. The inspiration is going both ways. We learned so much in those conversations. A couple of those young entrepreneurs are going to write case studies for us to share with the rest of the network. There's things we can learn from each other the whole time, and it is so inspiring for us to come here again, to see the Taipei National University for the Arts being completely behind this, to see the Performing Arts Alliance showing leadership on this. That's something we'll take away, we'll share with other networks. They'll say, how do you start a network? We're being contacted the whole time, and we'll be able to take Taiwan as a model. So really, for us as well, we are so grateful for all of the energy, the ideas, the inspiration that we're bringing from the meetings we're having this week.
谢谢我们今天的整个座谈就到这。Thank you, and that concludes our session. Thank you, Vera, for joining us on site, and thank you all the panelists for joining us online all the way from abroad, from different places of the world. Thank you, Chris, Raquel, Spain. Thank you all for joining us. We hope the Theatre Green Book Network will grow bigger and bigger and have more inspiring conversations. And that concludes this session. We're going to have our next session starting at 3:20. Thank you.
Session 6, Sustainable Development of Museums. Our moderator of this session is Ms. Zhen Yan Huang, Director of Graduate School of Museum Studies of TNUA. So please give the floor to Ms. Huang. Thank you very much, Guohua. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the 6th session of our forum today, and we are going to talk about sustainable development of museums. Museums, in recent years, we have been focusing a lot on our roles of sustainability. But in terms of sustainability, I think museum has to reflect on its role as well. So today we have two speakers who will share with us the experiences of international museums. And after them, we have two panelists with us today as well. And one of the speakers will talk about Powerhouse's climate action. She is from Powerhouse Climate Action and Sustainability Manager. And Powerhouse Carmel Reyes will come to share with us her experiences. And Mrs. Carmel Reyes will share with us a project that has drawn a lot of attentions recently. From 2025 to 2028, there is a plan of tackling climate change to make museum more carbon neutral, moves towards net zero. And I think she will share with us a lot of this project. And the next speaker, he is from the Manchester Museum. The Manchester Museum is a university museum. It has a lot of collections. It has 6 million collections, and 2 million of the collections are related to humanity, and 4 million of the collections are related to the natural, the nature and the history. So today, he will share with us sustainability at Manchester Museum and the power of collections. The two museums, they will share their thoughts from a very different angles. So let's give time to Ms. Carmel Reyes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carmel Reyes, and I am the Climate Action and Sustainability Manager here at the Powerhouse Museum. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at today's forum. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the ancestral homelands upon which our museums are situated. I respect their elders past, present and future, and recognise their continuous connection to country. I'm joining you from Gadigal land in Sydney. Now, I'm aware that many of you may not know the Powerhouse Museum well. So today I'll be giving you a little bit of background of our sites. I will also take a look at the Powerhouse renewal and how Powerhouse is embedding sustainability in the way that we work. The Powerhouse is the largest museum group in Australia with a 145-year-long story. We sit at the intersection of arts, design, science and technology, and play a critical role in engaging communities with contemporary ideas and issues. The Powerhouse is custodian to more than 500,000 objects of national and international significance and is considered one of the most diverse collections in Australia. So to start off with, I'll walk you through the Powerhouse sites. Powerhouse Parramatta will be one of the world's most significant new museums and is located within one of Australia's fastest growing and most culturally diverse communities. On the screen here, you can see a render of Powerhouse Parramatta, which is currently under construction. It's the first New South Wales state cultural institution to be located in Greater Western Sydney. It will be part of a transformational cultural precinct in the Parramatta area. It's one of the largest museums, the largest in New South Wales, and we look forward to welcoming up to around 2 million visitors a year. The following slides show a few photos of where our construction for the project is currently up to. So you can see we're situated here on the riverfront at Parramatta. And the main architectural feature that you can see in this image and the next is the steel lattice exoskeleton, which forms the structural and very striking image of the museum. This is a more aerial shot of the construction site. The construction has actually progressed significantly since this photo was taken, and we're looking at topping out the building on the left coming into the end of the year. Our offices are currently located in the office building that you can see at the top of the screen. So we have a very close view of the construction site day to day, which is very exciting. One of the initiatives that we have in the construction of Powerhouse Parramatta is that we are using renewable diesel in the cranes that you can see in this image. And it's one of the first uses of renewable diesel on a construction site in Australia. So that's a snapshot of Powerhouse Parramatta. Moving on now to Powerhouse Ultimo. Powerhouse Ultimo is the location that most visitors of Powerhouse would be familiar with. However, it's undergoing a significant heritage revitalisation. So this is also a render of what it may look like in the years to come. This museum actually closed just in February this year, and there has been a significant decant project to empty the museum of its objects in order to hand over the site for construction for the revitalisation project. The name Powerhouse actually comes from this site. The heritage brick buildings that you see here were the power stations that powered Sydney's tram network up until the 1960s. It was changed into the Powerhouse Museum in 1988 and has operated as the main museum for Powerhouse since. Here is another render of the project and what it may look like in future. So it is being handed over for construction later this year. And this is the front courtyard that will enclose and reintroduce nature into one of the into a very urbanized environment. Powerhouse Ultimo is quite close to the centre of the city, so reintroducing green spaces for the community will be really important. I'll now move on to Powerhouse Castle Hill, which is largely our storage facility. But this new building that you see here, Powerhouse Castle Hill, is a state-of-the-art conservation facility for the storage and preservation of the Powerhouse collection. And lastly, our fourth site, we operate the Sydney Observatory, which has a rich history as a place of significance for Indigenous Australians and has been the centre for scientific activity, including signalling, timekeeping, meteorology and astronomy. So that's a bit of a summary of the Powerhouse. Now, we are moving through such a significant period of renewal. So the organisation is leveraging this renewal to introduce and ensure that we embed sustainability in all the ways that we work. So taking a leadership on sustainability and positive climate action is really central to the Powerhouse's renewal. It is, like I said, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to embed low-carbon solutions into Powerhouse infrastructure and to reduce our operational and environmental impacts. Powerhouse Parramatta will open as a net zero building in operations. That's just one of the initiatives that's sort of headlining the Powerhouse Climate Action Plan. I think in the introduction, the dates were not quite accurate. The Powerhouse Climate Action Plan was launched at the end of 2022 and lays out the objectives to embed sustainability in the way that we work with a plan for 2022 to 2025. The plan itself is structured in 3 sections and sets out our goals across infrastructure, Powerhouse programs, and Powerhouse operations. So now I'll walk you through the plan and then give a snapshot of some of the initiatives that have been undertaken to date. So looking at Powerhouse infrastructure, obviously with the significant capital works program that we have been undertaking, it is really essential that we start our climate action and sustainability goals through our infrastructure, where our intent is to ensure that we practice responsible stewardship. We take the opportunity to decarbonise our Powerhouse sites, start to standardise the way that we look at materials through our operations and our exhibition making, and ensure that we're responsible with our resources. With our programs, the Climate Action Plan leads us to reconsider how we embed sustainability in our programming and how we introduce that to our audiences. But also it covers off how we might embed sustainability through our collection management, through our research and partnerships with climate science thought leaders and other industry organisations. And then looking at Powerhouse operations. We want to ensure that we integrate sustainability principles in all areas of working and all functions. But we know that to achieve this, we really need to build our internal capacity with our own staff members, build our capacity and support so that we're able to support sustainable practices in various functions. So there are 12 overarching objectives in a nutshell, but that is just a summary. And we do have the full plan on our website. But now I'll move on to a snapshot of some of the initiatives that we have commenced during the implementation of the plan. So looking back at our infrastructure goals, one of the projects that I'd like to share with you is transitioning our Castle Hill site to become a renewable energy ecosystem. We are actually in the midst of a significant solar photovoltaic installation across our main storage buildings. And this solar system will be coupled with with battery storage on site. We have already transitioned a lot of our plant and equipment, our logistical equipment, to be electrified, and we're moving out of fossil fuels use across our sites as well. And with that, we will also be transitioning to electric vehicle use. And in preparation for that, we have recently installed our electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So that's just one of the main projects with our infrastructure that we are currently working on. Moving on to our programs, I mentioned earlier that our main museum powerhouse, Ultimo, closed earlier this year. Our programming has continued, but I'll talk through some of our most recent programming that was run over the past year to demonstrate how we have included and referred to climate and sustainability in our programming. 100 Climate Conversations was the Powerhouse's flagship, climate program over the last couple of years. It actually commenced in March 2022, and it profiled 100 Australian climate leaders working across a diverse range of industries and communities to address the climate crisis. The project itself included a custom sound stage, a physical exhibition to record the weekly conversations, but also captured those conversations and released each conversation as a podcast weekly for 2 years. Atmospheric memory was on display late last year, and that was an exhibition that travelled here from Manchester International. It was inspired by computing pioneer Charles Babbage. And the immersive art environment invited audience to experience themes and artworks along the lines of surveillance, the digital networks, but also considering the memory of the atmosphere and in the sense of it being a climate, our emissions and the way that our atmosphere holds all of the emissions that have been produced throughout the Industrial Revolution. Our science festivals and Sydney Design Weeks have also referred to related fields of inquiry, including material cultures, ecosystems, looking to explore the interconnected nature of social and natural ecologies. But I will just touch on additionally 100 Climate Conversations. This was the custom-made stage and a snapshot of our 100th conversation, which was filmed earlier this year. And then week by week, a screen was installed capturing snippets from each of those 100 climate conversations. So each of the 100 leaders were paired with one of 10 leading Australian journalists who explored each leader's innovations and learnings. And the interview-style conversation allowed guests and listeners to connect with each of the leaders and explore case studies of their projects. The 100 Climate Conversations won the Learning and Interpretation Award at the 2023 Australian Museums and Galleries Association Awards. That is still available where you get your podcasts. Next, moving on to a snapshot of a few operational projects. And this may be the area that is maybe not as exciting as the others in terms of this is where we need to embed sustainability in our policies and procedures. And that includes things like our procurement practices. We are working on a project, to ensure that we really look at our material use in exhibitions very closely and think about the way that we procure our materials, services, and our partnerships. Now, for the last part of my presentation, I'll take us through a bit of the climate resilience that has been built into Powerhouse Parramatta. So although we are yet open there, I guess this is a bit more detail of what you can expect and some of the considerations that have been made for Powerhouse Parramatta. So Powerhouse Parramatta, it's already a long-standing project. It went out to an international design competition and was announced at the end of 2019, so going on 5 years ago. This is a render of one of the presentation spaces that you might expect to see there. But Powerhouse Parramatta, you can see from this aerial view, is situated on the Parramatta River, which links an extensive new cultural precinct that's popping up there. We'll be neighbours with the Parramatta Riverside Theatres and to the north, the heritage core of North Parramatta. As I mentioned earlier, some of the sustainability initiatives that are being built into Powerhouse Parramatta include net zero operational carbon emissions. And what that means is that the buildings will be fully electrified with no gas use or no fossil fuel use on site. And we will generate and procure 100% renewable electricity for the building's functions. Responsible construction refers to the way that the materials have been procured and have been manufactured. Largely, you can see the main elements there being steel and glass and concrete, as most contemporary developments are. But we have the building team and the organisation has worked really hard to ensure that embodied carbon has been reduced in the manufacture of the materials that have gone into the building itself. Now, in reference to climate resilience, you noted there from the map that the museum is located on the Parramatta River. Now, the Parramatta River itself is prone to flooding, and the measures that have been built into the fabric of the building are that the base, what would traditionally be the basement level of the building, is actually an undercroft. So if you have a look at the image right at the bottom of the image there is a vacant space there that will allow the river to swell underneath the buildings during times of high rain and flooding without interrupting the operations of the day-to-day. So in acknowledgement that there will be times of high and heavy rains and flooding, the building has been designed to accommodate that. Parramatta is a hub for active and public transport in Western Sydney. So we will actually not have any parking on site. We have no private parking on site at all. As the basement is vacant to accommodate the undercroft, we will have a loading dock on the ground level of one of the buildings, but we will encourage visitors to avail of the many opportunities for public and active transport, including bike paths along the river itself. We will have light rail and heavy rail nearby. Ferry is another mode of public transport accessible along the river. And we will also have a new metro station on the next block, which is currently under construction. This is an image of what rooftop garden is intended to look like. And again, in a heavily urbanised environment, Powerhouse is taking the opportunity to introduce greenery and a place of respite for visitors. The rooftop garden will also have productive areas of the garden that will generate produce that will form part of our food programming. One of the presentation spaces for Powerhouse Parramatta will be a food theatre. So we anticipate that there will be significant interaction between the productive rooftop garden and the programming in the food theatre. This is an image of the undercroft that I mentioned earlier that will be vacant, again allowing the river to swell in high times of flooding underneath the buildings. Another feature of the museum that I wanted to introduce you to is the academy. We will have a 60-bed dorm to host students from rural and regional New South Wales and travelling students either nationally or internationally to have the experiences that metropolitan students may have commonly. So embedded in the academy will be STEM learning program, and that program will include modules supporting the learning of climate science, space and flight, First Nations, architecture and design, creative arts, amongst others. And this is what we anticipate the entry point to look like between the two main buildings there. But this brings us to the end of my presentation. But just to quickly note that in recent years throughout Australian states and towns of cities, we have felt the effects of climate change through increased frequency of flooding and bushfires and heat. And And the need for mitigation and resilience is really, really essential. It requires positive climate action from across the community, and we hope to ensure that the Powerhouse Parramatta can be a place of respite for our community and provide the community with some resilience to weather the shocks and effects of climate change in future. So again, thank you very much for the invitation to present to you today, and we look forward to welcoming you at Powerhouse Parramatta when it's complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmel. Thank you for your sharing. Next, let's welcome David Jethorpe, curator of Earth Science Collections at Manchester Museum. He will share with us a very special exhibition in Manchester Museum. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you ever so much for inviting me today. It's fantastic to be with you. I'm David Gelsthorpe. I'm curator of Earth Science Collections at Manchester Museum, a university museum in the heart of Manchester. And today I'm going to tell you a bit about our approach to sustainability and a major exhibition that we've got on just at the moment, which I led, which is called Wild. Moment, we will wait for the slides to move on. My slides do not seem to be moving on. Just one moment. Yes, I think there's a slight problem. If we could share them through you, please. Fantastic. I can see it now. Yeah, so museums and galleries across the world have a really powerful position when it comes to sustainability. So we have enormous influence on people's hearts and minds. We can change how people think, how people understand the world, and how they can take action. We can be really pioneering when it comes to sustainable practice ourselves, and we can have a big influence on the wider sector, sharing our great practice that we do and sharing just really inspirational stories. If we go to the next slide, please. So Manchester Museum is a university museum. We began our collections in the 1820s, generally as a small gentleman's collection. And the collection was moved to Manchester University in the 1860s and effectively was reinvented as a teaching and university museum for education of the public. We've got around 4.5 million objects, and we've very recently had a £15 million redevelopment, which opened last February, and we've had over 1 million visitors in our first year. And sustainability is a core value central to Manchester Museum and central to all the work that we do. Next slide, please. So why are we doing sustainability? Well, fundamentally, it's one of the key defining issues of our generation. It's really relevant. It's what our visitors want us to talk about. It's what they care about. And it's one of the central things that has a massive impact on people's lives, whether it's climate resilience or exceptional weather and everything in between. And it's also a central part of our reason for being as an organisation and central to our mission. Next slide, please. And it's central to our plans and actions as a museum. It's a key part of our strategic plan. Everything that we do as a museum has to have sustainability at the heart of it. We deliver carbon literacy training. We're the first carbon literate museum anywhere in the world. And it's a program of training and inspiring action that we've rolled out right across every member of staff at Manchester. And we've been fortunate enough to get funding to roll it out as training right across the sector, across the whole of the UK. And sustainability is a central element of our exhibition programme, our public events, and our research. And it has to be part of all of those things. Get to the next slide, please. So Manchester Museum's current major exhibition is an exhibition called Wild. And fundamentally, it was an opportunity for us to really live our values and deliver what we'd actually said we were going to deliver. Next slide, please. So the Wild exhibition is a physical exhibition in our special exhibition space, but it's also a programme of events and public activities. It began in June 2024 and is on for 12 months and will tour certainly to Exeter after it's been in Manchester. And a year-long kind of run for this exhibition was quite a significant change in approach for Manchester Museum. We previously run exhibitions for every 6 months, and we realised that was quite a demand on activities of staff and also materials and associated carbon footprint with that. And also, it limited the amount of time we had to develop these programs and themes with our audiences. So 12 months is a much more sustainable approach. So we want it to appeal to local people, so people absolutely on our doorstep. There's quite a lot of deprived communities around Manchester Museum, so we didn't want it to be something very detached. We wanted to appeal to families, school groups and tourists, but also people who don't have access to Wild, perhaps only have a backyard, groups of individuals with multisensory needs, with various impairments, and also to families. But this is a really new sustainable approach for us and for lots of museums and galleries in the UK. So physically, in terms of the exhibition, we've use lots of sustainable materials that we will reuse again and again. And we were clear from the start that we had a design that fit to, for example, sheet sizes of the materials that we were using, so there's minimal waste. It's clearly a very relevant intellectual exhibition theme, and also really practical. We wanted to make sure we were using local suppliers to minimise carbon footprint, and obviously using materials that had a sustainable future and could be recycled and things like that. So that came down to things like display boards that were made out of honeycomb cardboard as opposed to the vinyl options that we'd previously regularly used. Next slide, please. So the exhibition starts with the theme of what is wild, and really very often the stories of climate change and the biodiversity crisis are really quite depressing and quite overwhelming. So we wanted Wild to be a story of hope, a story of positivity and action focused, and a story of what might be possible. It's central to our mission and values, and it's really relevant. It's relevant in rural and urban settings, so our local land and audience from further afield. It's a great opportunity to look at local and global scales, and it represents the past, present, and the future. We're very conscious that our collection primarily represents the past, but also in the context of the Wild exhibition can be used very obviously to understand what's happening now and understand what different kinds of futures we might want to engage with. And it is directly engaging with the challenges that we have with climate change and biodiversity loss at the moment. Next slide, please. So why are we doing the Wild exhibition? Well, these are the key messages. Wild means very different things to different people, which is really interesting in itself. And the more we thought about it, the more interested we were in the complexities of it. Wild shapes how we understand and connect with nature, how we treat with nature. Our actions, both big and small, have consequences which can be good, bad, and unintended. And fundamentally, above everything, in this exhibition, we wanted people to leave the exhibition space, notice nature around them, and take joy and inspiration from that. Next slide, please. So our exhibition is roughly split up into 3 different areas. So our first section is around what is wild, and we've taken inspiration from the traditional kind of Victorian salon art gallery type displays of really dense object-rich displays. We've got a fantastic loan from the Whitworth Art Gallery, also part of the University of Manchester, of artworks that depict various forms of wild. And we've also combined that with reproductions of classic artworks from galleries up and down the country and beyond. So we kind of wanted to, first of all, put people in their kind of comfort zone, their happy place of English pastoral landscape, of the kind of thing of Beatrix Potter type ideas of comfortable, nice, friendly, wild landscapes. And then take people on a little bit of a journey that kind of challenges that. So, for example, on the top right, we've got an image of North American desert landscape. So trying to kind of prompt people of if thinking about, is that wild? The large horizontal piece on the right is a lithograph depicting the Grand Canyon from the 1880s. So trying to then push people into thinking about wilderness and the idea of white colonists kind of going out into virgin countryside where it's uninhabited by any people, which of course is just not true at all. And within this screen is also we have several video screens which try again to challenge people of their ideas of what wild is. So things like, does wild include humans? Is wild made or is it born? Is wild urban or is it something that only happens in the countryside? And also in this section, we've got a lovely display that's based on feedback from staff about what wild means to them. So we've got everything from Cub and Scout uniforms and the wild badges that they get through that, walking boots and children's toys. So really bringing it back to the personal. Next slide, please. So in terms of our stakeholders, we've got several opportunities within the exhibition where we have pegboards and we're asking visitors to either draw or write or whatever their ideas of what wild is or their ideas of what wild future is. So it's very interactive, and we're doing research programs in terms of what these responses are and how it actually might feed forward into actions. Partners and academics are central to this whole exhibition. Each one of the Wild Now case studies, which I'll come on to in a moment, has been put together with individual partners and academic research that goes with that. Staff have been a really central part of the stakeholders within this exhibition, not least giving us ideas of what wild means to them, but we wanted them to be very engaged, and ultimately they're one of our main advocates for the exhibition. And also our funders. So a large part of this exhibition was funded by the Garfield Weston Foundation. They were fantastic in supporting us in terms of the aims of and sustainability of the exhibition. But to be honest, it took a little bit of convincing in terms of the sustainability of this being a temporary exhibition. So we had to make quite a lot of commitments with the touring and what elements will be maintained and sustained within the museum beyond the life of this exhibition. Next slide, please. So beyond the What is Wild part of the exhibition, we go into Wild Now. And each one of these stories, which I'll tell you about in a moment, has an associated deep dive, a prompt to think much more deeply and on a different level about what you're looking at. And it's the kind of who, what, where, when, why principle. So we're looking at who. Are people part of wild, and who decides who is in control, or is nobody in control? Why? So is wild always about increasing biodiversity, or can it be about other things? When? So sometimes wild is about returning to a point in the past. What point are we returning to, and how do we decide that? And how is wild created? Is wild made, or is it born? We quite like that one. And also, it's really important about how it looks very often. Is it an abandoned factory site, or is it a beautiful amenity in a park or countryside that tourists go to, for example? If we go on to the next slide, please. So to kind of leap into our Wild Now case studies, we wanted to focus on the reintroduction of beavers into the UK. So beavers were hunted to extinction in the UK about 400 years ago for their fur and for their scent glands. And they're a normal, natural part of the ecosystem in Britain that has been missing for 400 years. So in 2008 in Scotland and in 2011 in the UK, there's been a controlled government-sponsored reintroduction of beavers in the UK. And these have had a dramatic effect, not because of the beavers themselves, but because they're seen as ecosystem engineers. They obviously build dams. That has an effect on water flow and flooding downstream. That has a big effect on water quality, and we've got really good scientific evidence to indicate that now. And the wetlands that the beavers produce, they have a dramatic effect on things like insect life and then the birds and knock on down the ecosystem. But they're not without controversy. So particularly in places like Scotland, some of the beaver dams have flooded really valuable farmland. And understandably, the farmers are really not happy about this. And some farmers have taken it on themselves to shoot beavers. But now we're starting on a programme to relocate some of the beavers from some of the problem areas from north of Scotland down to the southwest of the UK. So really complex and really unintended consequences sometimes as well. Next slide, please. So going on to the other Wild Now case studies, if we start in the top left, one of the big case studies that we wanted to do from day one was the NEP rewilding project. So this is a project in the southeast of England where there was a failing farm. So a gentleman called Charlie Burrell, who's the owner of the farm, inherited it in the late 1990s and originally started to try and make it work, putting more and more heavy machinery in, more and more chemical fertilizers and insecticides, and they were going bankrupt. So inspired by European projects, they looked at rewilding. So that meant abandoning farming on most of the land, and now they make their money from tourism primarily and a bit of meat sales. So they do safaris, they do wild camping, glamping, and they have a farm shop. But it's an absolutely incredible place. If you go down there, I do recommend going if you ever get a chance. It's now a hot spot for things like nightingales. There's purple emperor butterflies, which were nationally extinct pretty much, and now it's a European hotspot. And they've reintroduced things like these white cranes that we can see here from Eastern Europe. So in contrast to the rewilding side, we wanted to have various international examples as well. So the picture at the bottom in the middle is a site in southwest Australia called Nowanup. And this is an area of Australia that was really devastated by colonial farming in the 1950s. The land was taken away from the indigenous people and given over to white colonists. And over the decades, these farms have basically died and turned into desert and have now been given back to the indigenous Nowanup people in southwest Australia. And it's a really interesting example because it's all around healing land, healing people. So they don't have a concept of wild in the same way that we do in the West, but it's all around cultural identity and healing the land. And in the right, we obviously could not do this exhibition without talking about Manchester, but it's a really great opportunity to think about the nature around us, what is wild, what it means to us, and how comfortable people are with kind of wild sites. So, for example, we've got pigeons, we've got a rat coming out of a drain pipe, but also trying to get people to think about abandoned sites around Manchester and how wild those are and perhaps how special they are to people. We did some really nice public engagement just before we opened, asking people to map their special wild places. And one of the really interesting things is that people didn't often want to tell us where their secret special wild places were, which is really interesting in its own right. We go on to the next slide, please. So the last two case studies are Yellowstone, and we've got a great marine example. So Yellowstone National Park in North America, about 100 years ago, they hunted their wolves to extinction. They were seen as a menace and a potential threat to families and livestock, so were hunted to extinction and taken out of the ecosystem. And over the decades, it was really realized that this had a significant impact on the ecosystem and what was thriving and what wasn't. So in the 1990s, there's been a controlled program of the reintroduction of wolves back into Yellowstone. Interestingly, this was entirely made, these decisions, from Washington. There was very little consultation or engagement, particularly with indigenous peoples in the national park. But the reintroduction of wolves has had a transformative effect on Yellowstone National Park. In a similar way to the beavers, not because of the wolves as themselves, but their role as ecosystem engineers. They primarily had a big impact on the behavior of the elk, which are their prey species. So not because they've necessarily been eating a lot of the elk, but the elk have been a lot more skittish. They've been avoiding some areas that where they might have been predated before. So, for example, they've stopped a lot of the grazing around the river systems. This has helped a lot of the willow, particularly, to grow up. And this has actually had an impact on changing the shape of the rivers, and an impact on the amount of wetlands, the insect life, the bird life, and so on, and really transformed the ecosystem. And now this is the wolves and the other thriving plants and animals are a central part of the indigenous identity and culture of that area. But it's a really interesting case study when you think about when are we going back to and why and who is making the decisions. And the final example we wanted to share in the Wild Now part of the exhibition was a marine example. So the Isle of Arran in Scotland, they had an area, and particularly in the south of the island, that was devastated by trawler fishing. They had no local fishing industry. There were fishermen coming from outside the area, and inspired by two divers who were really shocked by the devastation and lack of life on the seabed, the community came together to establish a no-take zone in 2 or 3 square miles off the south of the Isle of Arran. And this is now a thriving area of really abundant biodiversity, and which is spilling over into the ocean all around. And there's things like lobsters with a metre-long body that have been filmed on camera traps down there. So it's a really inspiring example. But the deeper dive question is, how do you encourage people to care about things that they can't actually see? Next slide, please. So right at the end of we wanted to encourage people to think about what kind of wild future they want, what they want their world to be, and how they can take action. So one of the ways we're doing that is with an interactive quiz where we get people to answer a series of questions on a sliding scale to understand what their values are and how they fit with the natural world, whether they're for nature, whether they're for culture, or nature as a kind of a resource. And we've also got a really interactive kind of pin board where we've got opportunities for action from local groups and charities in the region. So there's really practical key things that people can take away and do when they've left the museum. Next slide, please. So we also have a partner space within our Wild Futures area, and the partner space is an area, takeover area, where partners can come in, talk about their work, and really share action and be really inspiring, and be perhaps a little bit more campaigning. And they also host a series of events, and this is a seasonal changeover. So currently we've got a partner organisation called Treescapes, who do a lot around tree planting, valuing trees, and part of our cultural identity in the northwest of England. But next, we've got an organisation called Black Girls Hike, which is a great group of people who go out and inspire people from a more diverse background to engage with the countryside. Next slide, please. We've got a really comprehensive events and schools programme. We've had loads of fantastic holiday events over the summer holidays. We've got a wild-themed film season. We've got a really nice series of partner walks, wild walks across Manchester. And we've got a whole host of school takeovers. Next slide, please. So sustainability is not always the easiest route, and it has its challenges. It's often really difficult to know where to start. It can be more expensive in the short term. So, for example, our display panels, we've had them printed on cardboard instead of the usual vinyl. That is more expensive, and we're finding they're kind of being damaged a little bit more by lots of public going through the exhibition. But yeah, you have to make that commitment, and part of that is doing the long-term planning and the commitment, often years in advance. This exhibition took around 5 years to develop all the partnerships and approach. Next slide, please. So I was asked to give some top tips from for a sustainability point of view, and these are my main ones. Make it normal and get help. So if it's a thing that you do every day, it's normal, everybody does it without even thinking about it, then it makes it quite easy. And doing this work with other people who you're inspired by and you can share ideas with really makes a big difference. And people like the fabulous Julie's Bicycle are always really excited to help and do brilliant things. Really important to plan ahead and maximise impact. Have a think about the range of things that you're going to do and work out what's really going to make the most impact. Some things you could put a lot of work into but make very little difference, and that's partly a trial and error. But if you can maximise what you're doing and why you're doing it, that's a really good starting point. And make it really easy for people to do sustainability as well. It's partly educating people, but for example, in the Wild exhibition, we had clear takeaway ideas that people could grasp onto from the exhibition and go and change the world when they left the museum. And shout about it as well. So many museums I talk to are doing fantastic things, but they never tell anybody. And I think we have a really inspiring role to play by leading by best practice, showing people what's possible and really making a difference. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I think a lot of it is about harnessing the passion that we know is already out there amongst our own staff and amongst our visitors. It's really important to give focus both on the practice of your organisation and the sector, that Wild has been a really great opportunity to focus on the things that we really care about, use our collections to really make a difference in the world that in a way that nobody else can make that difference. And very importantly, it is essential we do these things. It's too important not to engage with these issues and actually make a difference. We've got a real power to make a really positive impact on the world. Last slide, please. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you ever so much for listening. It's been a joy to talk to you and share some of the things that we've been doing here at Manchester and our approaches, and please do get in touch if you want to know more, and there's much more available online as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our speakers from the UK and from Sydney, Australia. And David just introduced us how they use their original collections, existing collections, but with a different point of view to encourage people to think about their relationships between people, human, and nature. So different cultures will have different perspectives on this. And in this exhibition, it introduces how human actions, what kind of human actions have been done in order to preserve the nature environment. So this is actually a very good way to curate an exhibition. It can be a model for other museums to reference. And David also mentioned that in museums, to do sustainability, it is actually very expensive because sustainability is not only a concept or one action, but it's like a overall planning. It's more like strategic framework. So so that's what David just shared with us. And also in museums, we can call for action for sustainability through its collections and maybe through renovation of the museum as well. And start by building up the museum. We can incorporate the sustainability concept into the building, the renovation of the museum. And this is the topic that Carmel shared with us, like Powerhouse Museum. Although it's a technology museum, it takes a more artistic point of view to show their buildings or their exhibitions to the public. In their new buildings, Parramatta Powerhouse, the lower ground, it can be flooded by the river, making the museum more resilient in the climate change world. Museum, it can act as an advocate to social issues, but climate change, it is something new in the museum world, because previously we communicated issues regarding like inclusiveness or diversity in society, etc. But for sustainability, we are actually facing a lot of problems ourselves because we use a lot of electricity and we create lots of wastes during the curation, and a lot of visitors coming to the museum to see exhibitions, but their travel actually causes the increase of carbon emission. So museums, when we are facing this problem, we have to think about how can we transform. We are no longer just an advocate, but also we have to be a pursuer. we have to be able to persuade other people to work with us together towards sustainability. So you can see the two examples that we just heard from our speakers. These actually give us a lot of inspiration. And today we have 3 panelists with us today. The first one is ICOM Sustain Maureen Rees, Chair of ICOM's International Committee on Museum and Sustainable Development. And also we have Ms. Chen Bilin, Director of the Lanyang Museum in Yilan. And Lanyang Museum has been promoting sustainability for a long time. And the third panelist is Mr. Wang Yiqun. He is the Acting Director of National Museum of History. So he has a lot of experience on museum operation. So please, I'll give the floor to Mr. Wang first.
Please show my slides. It is an honor to be part of the forum. Thank you for having me. So we just heard David sharing their approach to curation at Manchester Museum. It is very inspiring. And Carmel's case on Powerhouse Museum is also illuminating. It would be lovely if we could engage in further exchanges. So I don't have much time, 10 minutes, so I'd like to share my feedback to the 2 presentations. Take the National Museum of History, for example. We actually are under the management of the Ministry of Culture. So when it comes to sustainable development, urban resilience, the government in Taiwan has made it a priority to protect the environment for the past 2 decades, actually. So many public museums, art and cultural institutions need to have that environmental awareness when they plan the exhibitions and when they do procurement. At our museum, we have this close connection with the city we're in. I have talked to 3 directors at different museums. One museum focuses on human rights. So if you are a museum on human rights, it could have a big impact on the city where it's located. Another museum is situated at an outlying island. And another is a natural history museum, similar to us. It's also in Taipei, a densely populated city. The Museum of History, Natural History, is a cultural and art venue. So when we make policies, we follow a set of standards or guidelines developed by the government. Is my audio clear? So, in my slides, there are a few pictures I'd like to share with you. On the first page, this is the city the museum is located in, which is Taipei. And actually, next to the museum, there is the Taipei Botanical Garden with around 100 years of history. So the Botanical Garden occupies around 8 hectares of land. And this regulates the temperature and is a natural defense against many weather events. So this is our museum. Next year, we're going to celebrate our 70th anniversary. And the architecture, the building really embodies many elements of Chinese culture. We spent 6 years completing the outlook of the museum. So in the process, we gained deep insights into the structure, and in the process of renovation, we maintained the core structure. When it comes to curation and theme selection, there are a few key principles. Today, we are in an era of cultural complexity. And in this context, we want to still foster collective learning. So when we plan programs, we try to balance different perspectives and try to connect Taiwan and the world. It is important for us to leverage our collections and the artistic landscape to do our share towards sustainability. Because on the issues of sustainability, environmental protection, we want to engage more audience and more people and make visitors feel the healing power of arts. And we especially target or prioritize, for example, the elderly. We have 70 years of history. So many visitors have visited our museum. And we aim to go sustainable by inspiring conversations. So here you see an example of an exhibition. This is an art by an artist who drew Taiwan in the 70s, displayed in a technological way. So our exhibitions serve as platforms and source of inspirations for our visitors. They could see the change of Taiwan in different times. So this exhibition brings visitors to different periods of times, so as to inspire care among people about the land. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, we hope to inspire care among the visitors. This is an aerial picture of the botanical garden. And that is the harmony between the botanical garden and the museum. And for us, what is special is that we don't operate or manage the whole environment. It's managed by many different parties, and we are one of them. So it's important to play our role in raising public awareness about sustainability and environmental protection. Another angle at the museum to see that harmonious relationship between environment and museum. It is imperative for us to maintain that cultural complexity in our old building and to create exhibitions that the public can relate to, that generate this resonance among the public. I think that's a key mission for us. Thank you.
好的，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. And now let's welcome Ms. Chen Biling, Director of the Lanyang Museum in Yinlan, to talk about her speech.
Can
you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides? Can you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice and see my screen? Well, I can't really hear your voice, but I think if other people can hear clearly, then please go ahead. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Today, I will introduce you what are some sustainable actions Lanyang Museum has been promoting in recent years. Lanyang Museum opened in 2010. It's a relatively new museum. You can take a look at the picture. The triangle part is our museum, and every year we have about 600,000 visitors. And we are located in Yilan, which is 30 kilometers away from Taipei. But because there is a mountain between Taipei and Yilan, so the traffic is not really convenient. But in Yilan, we have about 450,000 population. So when we are constructing the museum, we want to use some local images like the ocean and the paddy fields all together in our museum. So in our museum, we showcase like architectures, and in our lobby, we don't use a lot of lighting because we have like a lot of glasses, and we don't have many pillars either. We hope that we can bring all the museums in Yilan together as a family. Some of the smaller museums, we can still connect them. So we call them museum family in Yilan. After 2001, we had the Xueshan Tunnel opened, so now it takes about 1.5 hours from Taipei to Yilan. The traffic has become much more convenient, and we have to take more visitors right now, and that gives pressure to our museums and our environment. So you can see that in 1999, that is the location where we chose to build our museum. And now you can see the whole scenery has changed. It has become a very important cultural hub in Yilan. And you can see, along with the development, we give environment a lot of pressure. So since we opened the museum, we would like to do more environmental monitoring and education. For example, we do like bird observation, and we check the water quality regularly and make that into exhibitions as well. And also, we bring in other experiences, that other exhibitions of smaller museums in Yilan together as the courses providing to our students. And those courses are very meaningful. Every year, we have 100 touring times to schools. It's our outreach project. We also bring communities who preserve cows and some sustainable environment organizations. We ask them to host some lectures and workshops for the visitors to Yilan. And in recent years, you can see these are our achievements of outreach. A total of like 82 or 77 schools that we go and outreach to them. And we also see that some of the lightings at night will actually affect our insects. So we actually change our lighting to just like mono length lighting, so which cause less harm to the insects. And we also try to do carbon reduction and also greenhouse gas verification with some help from experts in the environment sector. And we did our carbon inventory in 2022. And we set up our goals to make adjustments and improvements. And we thought that we could change some lightings to energy-saving lighting and reduce about like 10,000 kilograms of carbon emission. And we will reduce the product packaging in our museum store. And in the exhibition, we try to reduce materials that can be used again. So we change our way to curate our exhibitions to add in renewable energy, working towards net zero, and these are the efforts that we've done. Thank you very much for your sharing. So you've been rethinking museums' value in the perspective of a local eye. So in terms of promoting sustainability, I think Nanyang Museum has done very well. And now we are very happy to be able to welcome Marie Rees to share with us.
Mr. Rees, it seems that you are muted. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Mr. Rees. Yes. Thank you.
My apologies. What I was saying was that we've heard two exemplary examples of how museums and the museum's role of addressing pathways to a sustainable future. ICOM's approach to this is to align itself with Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement. We've done that since 2018 through the creation of a working group, created an action plan for sustainability in the organization, and the most recent example is the creation of an award for sustainable development in museums. So in all the discussions, initially we identified two areas how museums should approach a sustainable future. And one is, of course, and has been mentioned earlier today, how themselves they can become sustainable. And the other one, of course, is how we disseminate the challenges and positive possibilities within sustainability. Keywords in the discussions we've been having in ICOM are collaboration, connectivity, and new constellations. All these orbit around SDG 17, how we can make partnerships. And one of the most important areas of creating partnerships, of course, is with our public. And I would like, if it's possible, to address a question to our two main speakers. Fantastic presentations, both. I was just wondering how you have approached and engaged with your public while planning, for example, the exhibition in Manchester and the new development in Australia in a new museum at the Powerhouse. If it's possible, I would be very interested for a brief comment about that.
Shall I start? So I guess we first started doing climate campaigning around exhibitions about 10 years ago with an exhibition called Climate Control, where we really tried to approach some of the challenging conversations and really engage the public in their own solutions. So we built on that. And I guess with the Wild, we did a lot of public engagement, understanding what Wild meant to people, what they cared about, and how they wanted us to behave as a museum, I guess, in terms of giving them actions and opportunities to do things, because very often we get the feedback that they want to do stuff, they want to make a difference in the world, but how do you do that, and how can we inspire them to make a difference? And I guess that's an ongoing process, both with the academics across the University of Manchester and our public, and is central to the exhibition and its life and the research projects of the feedback that go into that. Carmel, shall I pass over to you?
Thanks for your question, Marion, and thanks, David. Yes, two parts of my response. With regard to the development of Powerhouse Parramatta, as part of the state significant development process, there is ongoing and regular consultation with the local community. There's a community reference group that regularly discusses updates to and throughout the duration of the project, of the project's construction, and seek to answer any questions of the community. But secondly, given that it is the first large state cultural institution to be located in Parramatta, from 2019, there has been ongoing engagement with local cultural and creative communities. So not as generalised, but more targeted to existing creative communities and existing cultural communities, insofar as discussing the question, how can Powerhouse support the culture and diversity and creativity that is already prevalent throughout Western Sydney and beyond. And Powerhouse really sees itself as a platform for those community stories.
Thank you. I have one more. Well, I have lots of questions actually, but in the time that we have allotted here, I'm an old architect. So I was fascinated by your account of the design and the construction process. As you're probably aware, concrete is a really difficult element in building construction, and is one of the really difficult ways of we have to mitigating the problems that are arising from using concrete in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. Have you had any discussions around that with your architects?
Assuming the question was for me, Marian, thank you. Yeah. The embodied carbon for the build has been considered very closely in reference to the concrete, the use of fly ash in the concrete mix, and that's something that has been closely considered. But in particular, I noted there with the exoskeleton being of a steel construction, that lattice pattern in itself, the design of that is a level of, I guess, dematerialization insofar as all the elements that I suppose the volume of material that has been in use because of the spacing throughout the lattice. But also the steel has been manufactured using electric arc furnaces, which has that manufacturing process has a lesser embodied carbon content than regular coal-fired furnace processing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Maureen 马上替我们问了两。
So that are two very important questions asked by Maureen. Thank you so much. Very illuminating answers as well. So we have three questions from our audience online, and I thought we could just go over them very fast. The first question is for David at the Manchester Museum. So the question goes, humans are wilder than the environment and animals. Have you approached this or considered this in the exhibition? Please. Thank you.
We were really conscious that humans were going to be a central story to everything in the exhibition. So I think everything has people running through it, whether it's cultural identity or whether the impact, both negatively or positive, on the environment. So I think you can't look at any of these case studies without humans being a central part of understanding what's happening, why, and what difference we can make in the world. It's a quick answer for you.
好。接下来两个问题。
And the next two questions are for Kamel at the Powerhouse Museum. First, so have you used podcasts to do sustainability? How do you raise public awareness? And then an audience said that the Powerhouse actually is very big. You have many areas or sections. So how do you reduce the carbon footprint by the visitors? Because it's very big. Please.
Thank you for your questions. Firstly, with regard to the podcast, maybe that was mentioned because I had touched on that in the 100 Climate Conversations program. So the reason for the podcast was, of course, to make those 100 climate conversations much more accessible, where audiences could access those really detailed conversations with climate leaders from all around Australia, which, say, in a face-to-face forum would be very difficult to achieve. That podcast is still available, and as far as I'm aware, it's had downloads from over 130 different countries, primarily from Australian audiences, but certainly ensuring that the content was available through the podcast was very essential to giving access to audiences to those detailed conversations. Secondly, on the public transport, on the transport to our museums, we will be encouraging public transport use from all visitors as much as possible. In the case of Powerhouse Parramatta, I think I noted there that we have no private parking on site, but we are connected to many modes of active and public transport, including walking, cycling, ferry, rail, bus, light rail, and we will encourage visitors to avail of public transport to all of our sites in future.
好，谢谢。
Thank you, Carmel. So I know you probably have more questions. Unfortunately, I have to wrap up. So as a responsible moderator, I have to wrap this session. But I believe we have learned so much from our two presenters and the three panelists. Thank you all, and that concludes this session. Thank you. dear guests on site and online. Welcome back to our very last session of this year's forum. And this year is very special. Starting from the first edition of our forum, we worked on advocacy. The second year, we focus on real practices. The third year, we feature or focus on promotion. So if you've joined us for the past 2 days, we heard the key word or the key slogan, just do it, just start. And then you will see the impact, the influence. So we are grateful to many co-organizers and sponsors, the Ministry of Culture and the National Concert and Theater Hall, as well as the New Taipei City Culture Foundation. Today we have Ya Wen, the Deputy Secretary General of the New Taipei City Government. So thank you for joining us. A lot of organizations, when they hear about our forum, have reached out to us and volunteered to provide funding. And one of them is an art institution, and Carrefour, and Pari Pari, the ice cream shop that served really delicious ice cream yesterday. And we are also grateful to GYAPing, Jiaping, a brand dedicated to sustainable lifestyle. So in our very last but not least session, we're going to talk about progressing toward the future, art and sustainability. In the first year of the forum, we talked about crises and the urgency to act. And this year, we think it's always progressing. We're always on the path towards future. So for this session, we're very honored to have President of the TNUA, Mr. Chen Kai-Huang. Next, I'd like to welcome Fan Yuqing, Program Manager at the AVAT, Ms. Chen Jingying from Taiwan Art Gallery Association, Vera from the Taiwan Cultural, from the PAA, and then Shi Longsheng, Chief Executive Officer of Yike Zhiku, Gong Yawen, Director of New Taipei City Cultural Foundation. So a really solid panel here. As I mentioned, this is the third year. I remember the first year, it was held in February 2022. So the President Chen organized a boot camp. And then he laid down a few directions, and on that day, Professor Shi showed up, and he was really supportive. And I think here we see the members of TASA. So under Professor Shi's leadership, the TASA really flourished. We had several meetings with the government, and I think the forum is the result of collective work. So thank you all. And now I'd like to invite the President to share his insights and expectations for the forum. Thank you, Guohua, our Dean of R&D. I'd also like to thank the audience online and all our friends here who care about art and sustainability. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm not here to share the outcomes. I would like to take you back 3 years and share an anecdote with you. As Guohua mentioned, I brought several faculty members to a farm in Danshui, almost the northern tip of Taiwan. So the farm owner bought a piece of land. It used to be a factory. And the farm owner didn't want the factory. So he went out all ways to tear down the factory. And that means in the future, the land can no longer be used for factory. The land has become a piece of farmland. And then the owner started restoring the biodiversity of the piece of land. So we had Professor Shi organize a workshop there for the faculty members. So it's a very small workshop. But then it started a whole series of art and sustainability initiatives on our campus, like the forum, all sorts of events. And all of those culminated in Marita's effort and planning of the forum. So that's what Guohua said about 2022 advocacy, 2023 practice, and 2024 promotion. Yesterday, I said that we were born in Taiwan, and yes, we are not a member of UN, but in this modern era, we've never excluded ourselves from the global community. And our university, over the past 8 years, have been working with ALIA in Europe and ARIA in Asia. We've maintained close collaboration in terms of curriculum design, program design. We work with the Art University in Zurich, in Tokyo, Hong Kong, South Korea, creating this close network. We call it Shared Campus Program. Starting from this year, in Taiwan, we started a local shared campus program. In short, SCOT, a Scottish program. So why does it matter? Because through collaboration, the program has incorporated sustainability into our curriculum for years already. So the sessions throughout the 2 days have touched upon many issues, practices, which we have already implemented in practice, in our curriculum, in our teaching. They have been brought up, discussed again and again already. Via online or offline events and discussions. So, as a collective, we have realized that art and sustainability is about sharing, redistributing resources. But we have also to reconcile different perspectives, clashes of different interests. So if I have to share my personal feeling, I think we have built or served as a platform. In the first year, we established TASA, and through the collective efforts of its members, we have worked in a more efficient and effective way, because art and sustainability cannot be achieved alone. It requires all parties interested, passionate about these issues. We need to understand that sustainability is not about now. It's about the development of human beings from the past toward the future. It's about how we realize the future we want. So I'm really grateful to all the guests who have flown all the way from Europe. They have offered us valuable insights, shared with us valuable experiences. I think the importance of practice, sharing practices and case studies brings us closer. And our actions won't end or stop as the forum comes to a close, right? They will continue and inspire more actions. They bring us closer, they enlighten us so that more people, our students, more young people, would understand the value of sustainability and inspired to take actions. I think that's my feeling looking back at the 3-year journey. I was just sharing with Patty, Lisa, and Eric.
Around 2000, so it's pretty well. 所以我想我们一步一步。
So we take one step at a time. It's gradual, but it's solid. So let's continue to work together. I think that's it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Fan from the Visual Arts in Taiwan, an association of the Visual Arts in Taiwan, please. Thank you. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with other TASA members, and I'd like to share with you our climate action plan. Before that, a brief introduction about AVAT. So that's our full name, and in short, it's AVAT, AVAT. So in our exception, since our establishment, we have recruited so many visual art creators, curators, art critics, and practitioners as our members. So we call ourselves an association. This is the organizational chart. So we are composed of a group of directors and executive directors. The secretariat is our execution unit.
This is our missions and values, and we would like to use our different art exhibitions or public participations. We use these as tools to promote sustainability in Taiwan. And these are our board members. And also Ms. Su Yaohua, she is our representative. And this is a chart of some of the achievements that we've done before. In 2022, we joined the Taipei Biennial. And then in 2022, we started to join TASA with all the partners. And in 2023, we did a survey in Taiwan and as research. And then this year, we used the data that we collected to transform them into our sustainable plan. And the research results, if you're interested in it, you can scan on the QR code. It's on our website as well. And apart from the current sustainable actions, we would like to find solutions from local areas to try to find some actions that can meet the requirements of the local people. For example, we did a research on the local people, asking them their thoughts on the zero emission policies done by the government, the progress of it, etc. And we also ask some artists what kind of sustainable actions that they are taking, and also the relevance between SDGs and the arts. These are all the questions in our survey. And what we realize here is these two charts. We realize that artists, they've already started to pay attention to sustainability. Their participation in sustainability is much higher than the general public. And you can see that a lot of artists, they have already took part in some energy-saving activities, or they started to use non-toxic materials, etc., on their creation. And these are our findings from 2023 study. First of all, most of the art organizations in Taiwan, we have a consensus of committing on sustainability. But the challenges are many of them, they don't know their own carbon footprints, and they don't really understand too much about sustainable information. So we need to bridge the gap. And for AVAT, we divide our sustainable strategy into two parts. One is local actions. For example, just like Green Book, Theater Green Book, Taiwan version, something like that. And we also have the international part actions as well. And yesterday I heard that speakers saying artists, we have to realize that the problems that we are facing is severe. As long as we can notice that there is a question, then we can start to set up plans. So for AVAT, we just would like to keep promoting sustainability. And you can see that we hosted like domestic action forum to provide support to artists in Taiwan to do more eco-friendly actions. And also we bring them together so that they can provide diverse opinions and learn from each other. And we learn from Gala, the Future Material Bank from Gala. We learn from them. So we built a sustainable art practices materials on our website so that we can inspire other artists. Because from the research last year, we realized that many artists in Taiwan, especially artists from Eastern Taiwan, they've already incorporated natural materials in their work. They didn't really change because of the climate change. It's just because they are really close to their land. So they just put the materials that they observe daily into their works. And that actually promotes the concept of sustainability. And so these are some of the case studies we would like to share with artists in Taiwan. And also, we share some methods, creative methods that people can use in running their own art organization. For example, there is one art organization, they use pallets as their stage floor, so they reduce the one-time waste. So people will do more creative actions beyond just carbon emission reduction. So in the end of January and December, we will host 2 forums. We will invite Mr. Zheng Jiazong and Ma Li Wu and Vesaming Ostendorf, Director of Gala, and the moderator will be Ms. Su Youhua. And this is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yuqing. So you are talking about individual artists' collaboration in sustainability. And also, we have the Taiwan Art Gallery Association as well. So let's welcome Chen Jingying, Director of Taiwan Art Gallery Association. And in 2022, it is very honored that me and our organization and other partners, we've established the TASA, and we've all been running sustainability in our organizations, and some of the successful cases I'll share with you later. Okay, because the words are too small, the text, I can't really see, so I'll stand up and so it's much more clear. So in our organization, we establish a sustainable development committee to promote art sustainability and digital transformation. In Taiwan, we have many galleries. Well, I think it's better to sit down. In Taiwan, we have a lot of galleries. We have 140 members in our organization, and many galleries they will participate in expos in Taipei and in Taichung. So in recent year, Taiwan Art Gallery Association, TAGA, we would like to move forward to reduce carbon emission and to help sustainability among our members. And in October, we will hold International Art Expo. Like previously, the art paintings, the promotion of the paintings, we use a lot of printing materials. So we would like to transfer them into digital content to reduce the use of papers. But if we want to do that, we have to have a very solid digital framework. So apart from digital transformation, the International Art Expo is a very big event, and it will mobilize a lot of resources, including like plastic cards and papers. So we create a lot of wastes and create lots of carbon emissions. So we try to make our brochure catalog of the paintings digitalized. And also for the invitation cards, we no longer use the printed version. We use digital versions as well. And we can reduce 166 tons of carbon emission. So other than the Art Expo in Taipei and Taichung held by our organization, there are some other exhibitions led by other art organizations that will also make the content digital, so we can reduce pollution to our environment. And some of the policies that we want to implement, it requires everyone's collective efforts. So since 2022, our organization has organized a lot of workshops to explain the sustainable concept in art sectors to all the members in the art industry. So we would like to gather more people, more artists and art workers to support the digitalization of our industry. And that's my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we're going to have Vera from PAA to share with us. They also have many members, and their work is related to many theaters in Taiwan. Please. I'd just like to add that Patty said he is very grateful to PAA, but in fact, throughout the past 3 years, we've been working on advocacy and many. It's really a collective effort with all the venues and theaters who are willing to share with us and grow with us. So to promote Green Theater Book, we need to consider the varying scales and sizes of the theaters and groups. And sometimes we don't have equal access to information. So in the future, we will continue to hold workshops, seminars to promote sustainability through a common language known as the Green Theater Book. And this year we are promoting the 1.0. But then we also thought about the timeline, right? If we introduce it this year, it would be too late for them to apply it in this year's production. So we actually encourage them to introduce it in next year's programs as a pilot. And in the middle of this year, we saw a 2.0, basically a condensed version of the 3 volumes. And then you have more tools, trackers, and sheets. I'd like to thank Professor Yang to localize the tools. And I'd like to also thank Marita to leverage her connections and expertise to optimize the content for buildings. So hopefully next year, with our continued efforts, many venues could try to achieve the basic level and working towards the intermediary level. During the intermission, I talked to Patty and Lisa, and they said that every month they would have an in-depth discussion with the venue. We would hope the venue could take an action within 3 months, and then after 1 year, reach basic. Last year, we looked at the landscape of buildings or operations here in Taiwan, and I thought that is attainable here in Taiwan as well. As for sharing, we hope it would be monthly, a regular sharing, and the form would be an open event. So it's like every month we hold an open event online or offline. So a promotional event featuring the Green Theater Book. This year, we started organizing discussions with groups who are interested to explore ideas about discussion and operations. And maybe in the future, we will start closed-door sessions with production teams or different stakeholders to explore or identify their pain points and brainstorm for creative solutions. The National Concert and Theater Hall has a consultant to plan all this. So next year, we hope when we conduct pilot programs, we could have a dedicated role like a Green Theater personnel in our PAA. So a dedicated person for the Green Theater Book project. And then also to work on our climate leadership project. So I would stop here. Thank you. So you would see that TASA members are really big industry platforms. So AVAT, the Gallery Association, PAA. So when big platforms move, the influence can be significant and very considerable. And Professor Shi is the key person who connects us all. Thank you. 3 years ago, President Chen hosted the workshop. At that time, we actually already discussed practices. Like what do we do? So we had this idea about creating an alliance. It's a loose organization. It's not an official or grand project, and we try our best to work on the fields we are best at. So PAA for Green Theater Book, AVAT for their own field, and Gallery Association for developing guidelines for green art fairs and creating the carbon calculators. And NTUA, of course, is the organizer of the Art and Sustainability Forum. So that's pretty much how we divide works among the TASA members. So just to add to Ms. Chen's presentation, so of course for the carbon calculator, there's room for optimization. And this year we are going to introduce 3 new features. First, the carbon factor. Last year we used the parameter from our Ministry of Environment. However, their database is limited in its scope. So this year we introduced CIMA Pro from the States. So hopefully this database would increase the accuracy of the carbon calculator and would help us align with international standards. In addition, we also integrated the audience carbon emission calculation. Usually it will be calculated through manual ways, right, using surveys. And we had discussions with our engineer team. So now we would put a QR code. We could generate QR codes for event organizers shown on their websites, pamphlets, or at the entrance, right? So the audience scans the code. They could enter, for example, transportation mode, travel distance, and then the system would collect the data and automatically calculate the carbon emissions by the audience. It would make the calculation more efficient and accurate, because when it comes to carbon emission calculation, data accuracy, data quality is very important. So that's the improvement for the carbon calculator. We also added some shortcut keys to make it more user-friendly. TASA has entered its 3rd year. And I think in the future, we need to discuss what role we should play. Because the MOC, as we can imagine, would develop the relevant guidelines, subsidy or grant programs. So how do we coordinate with the ministry? And their policies, of course, hopefully will be aligned to industry needs. And we need to discuss how we can continue to support and play a more active role. And I think that's what we should do starting from next year. Previously, I was discussing with Marita and Yawen. And Marita brought up a point. So a director at a museum got a designer to design. But the end result is very complex. not eco-friendly. And the director said, could you make some changes? And the designer got very angry and said, you could find someone else. I quit. So we know now it's time for action, right? But could all the supply chain actors change with us or take actions with us? How do we build a green supply chain from upstream to downstream, all aligned for the same purpose? So that whether you are at exhibition, theater, we uphold the same set of core values and complement, help each other. So it's important for us to think about how to construct green supply chains. Another issue is, of course, talent. Recently, we are trying to recruit a sustainability specialist for our Green Mission Office, right? We need talent, experts. Now, zero candidates applied. Because we asked for like relevant certificates or credentials. Starting from next year, our Financial Supervisory Commission demands all enterprises to report their sustainability metrics. So everyone is fighting for top talents. And we at the art sector are at a disadvantage compared to other big corporates. I'm happy to learn that the TNUA has a sustainability ambassador program. So we thought maybe we could recruit them, right? To train them as our sustainability specialists. And it's a great way for them to transition from school to the job market. So in summary, these are the key work for next year at TASA. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shi. Yeah, we put sustainability into everywhere on campus. Last year, after the forum, the New Taipei City Cultural Foundation approached us and said they are willing to work with us. So today we're very happy to have Yawen with us. Would you like to share with us? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm the last to share. If you listen to all of the panelists carefully about what they've done over the years, it is very inspiring. The president said that first year, advocacy, second, practice, third, promotion. And we are really inspired by their efforts, and that's why we are here. That's why we want to contribute. Previously, I served as the Commissioner of Culture at the New Taipei City government back when COVID was at its highest point. So in 2021, there were many challenges in promoting arts and cultural events. So when we planned, when we had an annual meeting, we thought we should build a city of cultural resilience. And then it started many discussions. At that time, I was also the director of New Taipei City Culture Foundation. It's partly government funded. And it has been in operation for over 3 decades.
We've been thinking that what can Taipei City Culture Foundation do in terms of sustainability? So over the past couple of years, we've been looking for opportunities for us to collaboration. Many things. I think all the panelists are thinking the same, like what the AVAT or like PAA has said. We all have these challenges to face. And next year, we will have a new museum, new art gallery to open. You can see on the slides on the far right corner. And also, we have a lot of cultural creative parks. Our new Taipei City government's public government building, we have calculated that there are about over 100 exhibitions held in our building. And outside of our government building, there are a lot of events held there as well. So we need to compete against others to fight for the right to hold events in these spaces. So in New Taipei City, we have a lot of events, and it's very diverse, rich in content. And it's just like what the director of Taiwan Art Gallery Association just mentioned. We don't know that if human beings, like art sectors, we are so small. Do we really need to commit ourselves in sustainability? And we know that the Ministry of Culture is working on sustainability. And maybe we should wait for the central government to start. But in the end, we decided that we should commit ourselves just in this campaign. Well, from the perspective of the New Taipei City Culture Foundation, we think that it's very difficult to find talents who know both venues and arts, and also they know sustainability. And it's very difficult to find talents who have all these characteristics. So we think that we can provide training for the talents. But then I realized that we can no longer just do training, and we really have to do something practical. Practical things. So I'll just show you some of our achievements. And in New Taipei City, I know that everyone includes like all the local governments in Taiwan. We have been working very hard on sustainability. And we released 2 reports, 2 VLR reports, and we have a white paper in terms of net zero pathway. But in the white paper, we didn't really mention about art sector. So we didn't mention what art sectors can contribute to sustainability. And we have some targets on carbon emission and climate adaptation and some mitigation of greenhouse gases. But how do we incorporate those targets into art sectors? This is the third year of Sustainable Forum. But we think that we still need to work on to be a promoter, practitioner, and advocate. So I serve in the local government, and I worked in the central government before, and I realized that it is important for everyone to have a consensus. And we have to set up a plan, a direction. So for our foundation, we hope that from 2024 to 2026, we need to achieve a certain stage of our target, and we would like to expand our impact outwards. In order to achieve those targets, we have to find more partners. I'm serving in the local government, though I'm no longer the commissioner. I still want to connect to all the partners through our foundation. So in New Taipei City, we have a very diverse type of venues. And the scales, they have like small ones and big ones. We have like heritage venues. We have just one building as a venue, or like a series of buildings as a venue, and we have libraries as well. Why do we include libraries? Because in New Taipei City, we often do art exhibitions in libraries as well. According to our statistics, we have many exhibitions held in libraries. And our foundation, our role here in this campaign, we would like to integrate partners and connect everyone together. We want to establish a seat team, and also we have a sustainable workforce, and to propose our sustainable development plan. We also want to train our team members in New Taipei City on sustainability. By talking about this, I would like to thank you all, because in the future I may need your help to help us train our team members. And this year is a preparation period. And then we will organize some workshops and courses to develop some plans, and then we will attract more art groups to join us. Well, for our foundation, for local government, we've discussed with our team internally, because we have like various types of venues, and we have all kinds of art groups in New Taipei City. And those art groups, some smaller ones, they may not have that confidence to join such a campaign. So I think we will show some successful case studies to them to boost their confidence to join us in the future. And for our workshops, well, we've been discussing what type of workshops should we do. We hope that we can get more people to the workshop to inspire discussion. If we want more people to come, it has to be able to it has to be practical. So we decide it to be just 1 day. So it's a more condensed course, more intense. So it's more intensive. So we can bring them all together to work on sustainability together, because it's much more effective when we work together instead of working individually. And this is a campaign called Replate. This year, we established a New Taipei City Design Center. Many designers, when they are designing, they may think that sustainability will add on their cost, and they do not want to do adjustments, or they would not like to join the campaign. So I would like to use sustainable core, this Replate event campaign, to encourage everyone to join us. So I'm very honored to be able to join the final session of the forum. And I think working together, we will walk towards success. And also, we would like to gather feedback from all the art venues and art groups. And we've heard that AVAT, they've done research and survey before, and that tool is very important to us. So we can use this tool to raise funds. And New Taipei City, we are starting on this journey, so let's work together. Thank you very much.
谢谢龚副秘书长龚执行。
Thank you. That is Yawen Gong. We still have some time left, so if you have any questions, feel free to scan the code and leave your questions there. If we have time, we would try to address your questions. I want to first ask a question to the president. So we just heard the sharing of different associations about their practices, real actions. So from the previous editions to this year's forum, I think a lot of times we would come back to the question that sustainability is not necessarily cost effective, but it would introduce new ways of thinking, new ways of working. So in this regard, talent is needed if we want to go sustainable. And with the emergence of AI, there might be new jobs, right? Like the Deputy SG mentioned, sustainability-related talent. Our president is himself an artist, also teaching at school. So my question is, so President, you are an artist, you are an educator. So could you share with us when it comes to talent cultivation? Probably you can't see it clearly, but this is so as I said, last year, 2023, we organized a basic carbon footprint assessor course. And this is my certificate. I'm a qualified carbon footprint assessor. And now on campus, we have a dozen of qualified carbon footprint assessors. And I'm one of them. Just a bit self-promotion. And allow me to share a piece of good news with you. Starting from 2022, we had the first year of the forum. We did have an impact on partners in Asia. The University of South Korea organized their very first Sustainability and Art Forum. Professor Yang went there on our behalf and presented a keynote there. Our partner in Japan, Tokyo University of Arts, addressed this issue from a different perspective. They link it with geopolitics. They call the forum Love and Peace. But behind this is the idea of sustainability, right? Because we are interconnected with other human beings and also the nature. So how do we maintain a harmonious, mutually beneficial relationship with nature? It's important. And for us at this moment and for future, it is imperative for us to cultivate art and sustainability talent for the next generation. We also need to transform the way we design our curriculum. Yesterday, Marine Rees shared with us transitional justice, right? Transitional justice is not only about politics. It could be manifested in so many areas. The same with art and culture. So when we pursue sustainable art, we need to consider that, and we need to incorporate that when we develop talents, when we nurture talents. So we don't want to just provide tools for our students, but a way of thinking that incorporates humanities and so many complex issues so that they can respond in their own way and find their own answers. And that type of transformation, I think, would be more meaningful and more engaging. Because traditionally, education is a framework. It is sometimes even biased, contains many biases. So as an artist/educator, I always tell my students, don't understand art correctly. Sometimes deliberately misinterpret and misread art is important because that would give you more opportunities to extract, meaning to extract your own truth, or even explore new possibilities, and that would inspire your artwork. So I think for me as a president of a university, we try to instill this sense in our students and incorporate these elements in the curriculum, but there's still a long way to go until I call it ideal or good enough. Yesterday, you saw a lot of our sustainability ambassadors. So allow me to share why we came up with this program. Last year, 2023, a lecturer from the States shared that in their community, they recruit volunteers. They have this Green Captain program in each department or function. And they think if these green captains could do their work in each community, there's a key person to promote the work, it would be very powerful. So I thought about applying that concept to our campus, because I think that would also work. I think that would help increase the visibility of these issues. And that's my response. Thank you. We now have a question. So the challenges faced in practice. I think I could help take this. When we organize forums like this, many people would ask, so, well, we have government funding for this. That's often the first question people ask. Funding, financial resources. Well, government provide money. And also people would have concerns over if government policy is not aligned with what we do. And that's why we monitor government policy making so closely to make sure our steps, our directions are aligned. And many people are interested in taking actions, but how to do it, right? And I think we can take inspirations from the sessions for these 2 days. And big or small, just do it, just start. And it's a learning process. We didn't realize that many students are actually very interested in sustainability until we launched the ambassador program. So back in 2022, Professor Shi held a workshop. And one of the participants is Marita. So prior to her work in sustainability, she is an experienced art administrator. That's her forte. But now she has blossomed in this field. She has become a consultant working with so many venues. So we see the need for the talent pipeline. Marita, could you come up to the stage? I'd like to invite Marita to say a few words. Three years ago, the National Concert and Theater Hall received an invitation from Stages, the Sustainability Alliance. So 3 years ago, the National Hall wanted to introduce Theater Green Book, but nobody had a clear idea. and they asked me, Marita, we are so busy in our daily operations, and sustainability is such a broad concept. Where do we begin? How do we incorporate that in our daily operations? We need help. We don't know what to do. So I noted that in my mind, and I thought about President Chen. He's the first person I thought of. I thought if the president would love to be part of it, I think the university could play a leading role in this. At that time, I thought it would take some work to persuade him. And President Chen said, no problem. So at that moment, we made it a thing. And that culminated in the very first year of our forum. I thought it would be just a one-time event. But who knows? That year, we were honored to have Patty Dillon, right? So honored. So during his presentation, his eyes glowed. And that touched President Chen. And President Chen promised to make the one-year forum to 3-year event. So thank you, Patty. And during the process, we met so many great partners. I met so many new friends, new people. People added me on Facebook. I started talking to them. So from north to south, we made so many friends, building a partner network. In the process, many alliances and associations, we are working in silos. But then we have TASA. And every month I have a regular meeting with the National Concert and Theater Hall. In the beginning, I would do all the lecturing and sharing. But now they would volunteer initiatives. They would be able to share their insights or came up with great ideas and projects. Now they are not receivers anymore, they are givers. And it took us 3 years. Many of you might think, wow, 3 years, that's a lot of time. But for me, it's already such a massive, big achievement. It's always the most difficult from 0 to 1. But if you achieve that, from 1 to 2, it would be easier. That person at the program department probably has no idea that he's my inspiration, right? His words have left this impact in my mind and contributed to all this. So my last remarks to you is, I see connection. And what touched me more is we were seen by the new Taipei city government. And I just felt so much passion, right? And this year, I felt a bigger passion from all of you. More responsibilities, of course, but I know I'm not alone. I know we now have so many competent organizations, venues, partners. So if any one of you online watching this thinks that I haven't started yet, but see, we have so many case studies, examples, great examples. We can share their case studies. We can share resources for you. We can share tools with you. So we are building an ecosystem now. So if you join us right now, you actually don't have to spend that many years, 3 years. No, we pave the road for you. There are so many lighthouses ahead that could shed the light on your path forward. So now is the moment to make the decision, to make that step from 0 to 1. So make a wish, because it might come true. Thank you. Thank you, Marita. That is so beautiful. In Taiwan, there are so many young people. They probably won't talk to you about sustainability, but what they're doing is sustainability. We've heard Xiao Ye's story of Zhongliao Arts. There are so many people across the island working their way, making their efforts to go sustainable. We need to go sustainable because the world needs us to do so. Human beings have caused so much destruction, damages to the world, and now we are in this moment of crisis. So it's important for us to change our behaviors, and change is not difficult. Change is difficult because we don't want to change. We don't like change. It takes money, it takes time, it causes extra work. But if we could step outside of our comfort zone and adapt, we would be able to embrace a new norm led by these sustainability practices and leave a better world for our next generation. So thank you all again for joining us for this year. That concludes this year's event. Let's take action. Thank you.